Good morning, everybody. I hope there's no echo. I'm just monitoring my voice so I can hear what you hear. So I'm hoping there's no echo. Anyway, um, well, welcome back to Debate Diagram. This is Debate Diagram in earnest. Again, it's we're back. We're not doing a jubilee. We're not doing a surrounded or this and that. This is back to conversation analysis, debate. So I tried to ignore this debate. I tried to leave it alone because I was like, geez, that's lots of controversial stuff going on there, and I'm not. I'm not really. I don't really want to be as upset as everybody is by this debate. So maybe let me leave it. And so I left it for a while, but yeah, it followed me around the internet. So I'm definitely uh, going to cover it. I have to now. And it's interesting. So I actually did go and I watched it a little bit. I've watched about 40 minutes of it so far. And yes, the one of the learnings we've had discovered from just looking at how I do debate diagram is maybe pre-diagramming is better. And then this live diagramming stuff could be more efficient. But I realized that this in-depth, as everybody likes to call it, autistic detail thing is what I started the debate diagram for. So, I mean, that's what I was doing. That's why people landed up subscribing in the first place. So, doing it slowly and uh, as a grind is probably it's going to maintain. The only thing which has been the main idea is fine. Then make a highlight reel or a something or a conclusion summary of these debates for people that don't want to sit around for 4 hours and talk about this stuff. But I think there is a place for people that do want to sit around for hours and talk about it. So yeah, I'm going to be doing both things. What I find very difficult is extracting from those many hours of streaming and deciding, okay, cool, what is the main thing that I want to get out of this, that I did get out of this. So I've always stalled that process, and I know it's frustrating. So I appreciate everybody who has stuck around that long. It's been years. So yeah, that's what this is a massive one. So I think I need to really do it really well. And considering the consistency test results that we did this week, last week was it this week? Whatever, last week. No, it was this week and last week, where I compared the way I diagrammed certain concepts across time. So I diagrammed 3 videos and then at once, and then I waited several months and diagrammed them again and saw the differences and similarities between the two. And one of the main things I learned from that is that I am inconsistent. I'm consistently inconsistent. So what I do is I start a diagram and I'm in a certain level of detail. And then I go to the next thing, or I realize, oh no, chat's doing this, or time's running out. I'm in hour 3 and I'm getting tired or something. And I actually start becoming less detailed. And then also suddenly something interesting happens in the debate that I didn't anticipate. So, I get more detailed. And that inconsistency within one diagram is something that I'm trying to eliminate by establishing what level of detail I want to go into in the beginning before I go into the diagram. So we have to establish it. Nice. Interested in how the diagram will look when you are finished. There was not a lot of engaging with the ideas. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll discuss. There's some major ideas that are at least interesting for the audience. I don't think there's so far from what I've heard, there's nothing new there. Um, but yes, so with a debate like this, and everyone calls it the debate. Everyone is calling it the debate. People that are summarizing it call it a debate. It's as if they came on and they had a certain position that they had to defend and argue about, but they actually didn't. They just came on. Joe Rogan knows that this person disagrees with this person, and now talk basically. So that is actually harder to diagram because it's so much more subtle. It's conversation analysis, which is something that I'm really interested in doing and that I did. So I like going granular to basically to the transcript level and looking at what words people use. I understand that. So I'm trying to still figure out, how do I want this one to be a transcript level um, diagram where I literally take people's words and turns and everything and basically put them into blocks each. So Joe Rogan says something, there's his block. The response, there's his block. It's it's hard going, it's tough going, but if that is the standard, then I stick to it. And the reason that I would do that, and I'm sure, yes, you could do it easy. You just do some coding stuff, and then AI will do it. But the thing is, when I do it manually, I think about absolutely every node on the way, and I'm a human, and I talk about it as I go along, and you can hear me think about it. I'm by no means an authority on what the person's saying or anything like that. I'm just experiencing it. So if you don't know what debate diagram is, it's kind of like sophisticated reaction content where we take notes about our reactions and we put them visually on the board. So I don't know, if I feel like no matter what conversation there is, if you are going to break it down to a transcript level, to a literally, here's a bubble, it's a speech bubble, and this person said this, and it was responded to by this person with this, you will get great analysis because you're going to um, yeah, you're going to take it at a granular level. You're going to have thoughts about absolutely everything the person says. So that's why this is also a long process. That's why this is long form content. Um, I can go through about 10 minutes in 4 hours if I'm really into it. If you're really talking dense, but I don't think that happens with this. Um, I saw clips from this non-debate. Says Chill, hey Chill. Chillmonger, but never went to see the podcast. Yeah, the clips were all over the place. And then eventually I went to see the podcast. And I haven't, another disclosure thing is I haven't actually watched other people's coverage of it. I want to just cover it blank and then see what other people have said. I know Warren Smith did a bit of a summary about it. I know Sitch and Adam did a long stream about it, so I don't know what they were on about. But I want to do just this, and I haven't. Like I said, I tried to ignore this, so I wasn't even going into people's coverage of it. I know the Lotus Eaters just did it as well, so I'll go over those after I've watched it myself because I still haven't finished the whole thing, and also after I've formed my own opinions about it. Anyway, let's see what's happening in chat. Soranos can't do shit. Hope you enjoy the stream. Wish I could stay up, but I'm heading out to Seattle tomorrow morning to meet up with Blaine. Oh, enjoy! Say hi to Blaine. Tell him we miss him. Michael says you can't do shit. I watched half of the debate and had to turn it off. Okay, were you so frustrated? It's easier to watch things with other people these days. When things frustrate you, it's easier to have that person pausing. Like a lot of the time, I can handle some really horrible, stupid comments if I have somebody commentating. That's why reaction content actually works. A lot of the time, it satisfies a certain need to be heard. M-Punk says the guy with the accent is so off. So I suppose that's Douglas Murray. There are a few moments where he is off, and there's lots of moments where the other guy's off. That's another thing is I just want to examine it I'm not gonna say whether I have actually one of the things that is discussed in this is who has authority, who gets to have an opinion. Everybody should have an opinion. Unfortunately, that means you'll have some morons, um, but yeah, you're gonna have to just deal with it, and all you can hope for is an informed moron. And what I'm gonna be doing is just be informed by the conversation, just give my opinion on the conversation, and that's it. And most of the time, I'm just gonna be saying I understand, because that's what I'm trying to do is just understand each position and think about it that way. I'm not actually on about my own feelings um, in the diagram. That's what I should be. So if I do start going onto my own feelings, we have some space for that. It's called commentary, right? Hey, Sparkles, how beautiful. Since you aren't the JRE student, you can't have an opinion according to Douglas. Yes. Yeah, that was some interesting stuff. We'll get into it. There is no echo, right? I'm just sorry. I'm using a new audio, and I don't know why it's coming through twice for me. Okay. I mean, I can get over it. My brain shuts me out like pretty easily. Okay. So yeah, let's add the video. This is not what we'll be doing here. I don't trust Kitty. She's definitely trying to psyop us. I'm ready. Okay. I don't know what I'm in order to psyop, I would need an objective that I could stick to consistently for it to work. And you know me, I'm not. Oh, I like that name. Hi, Darnie. Hey, Creamage. Okay. So you guys, I hope you're here for the long haul. It's okay if you need to go to sleep. That's human. But it is daytime where I'm at, and we've got a lot to get through. Let us open the debate diagram. Nope. No, this is not the right thing. Just hold on. Stop virtual camera. Oh, is it using my wrong camera? No. Okay, just hold on, guys. Scene collection, virtual camera. Okay. What's up with that? What is up with that? Sorry, technical difficulties. There we go. Just chill. Window capture. Come here. No, not you. You need to come out here. Yeah. Sorry about the technical difficulties. TDK's transcripts. Yeah, here we go. And let us get the other thing over here into this. Cazzo fascista. There you go. Okay. There you go. Go away. I don't need this. Peering over smooth seas. Stop it. I don't know why. Where this is. Okay, fine. Tell me. No, I don't want to learn more. I had like this pop-up. I have pop-ups? What is this? 1999? Good lordy. Okay. No, don't do that. Okay. Good lord. Hey, Wick. Did you see this yet, and are you going to go over it, or is this your first time watching? Okay, so I have seen 40 minutes of it, so that it interested me enough that I went to watch it. And yes, the first 40 minutes, very interesting stuff. So I am going to go over it. I think, yeah, this is session 1, so I don't know how far we'll get, It usually, I was just saying, this is a really long. This is going to be quite a slog to get through it all. It seems like there's about 3 hours, well, not almost 3 hours, but yeah, I will be going through it step by step, and we're actually thinking I'm trying to um, stick to a certain level of detail the whole way through. I noticed that I lose traction. I try and rush at certain points. I change my format. I go from, okay, I'm just taking the idea and put the idea in, and I'm like, oh no, I've got to put exactly the words, and I use that. So I think what I'm going to be doing with this diagram is um, I'm going to use the transcript, copy paste certain things, and then we go through them. So yeah, it's going to be very, very slow going, but I'm going over it. It looks very interesting. I was very interested in the first 40 minutes at least. So that's all I can speak about. 1999, the 13th Warrior came out. Great year. Great year. I was 8. Okay, so Dave Smith versus Douglas Murray and Joe Rogan Experience. So let me get. I have saved the transcript and I've got it in Word. So that will help me with. Hello, where is it? Okay. It will help me with copy paste basically. I've got it in reading mode. It's not formatted into speakers and all of this. If I show you what it is, you can see here. Not Microsoft Edge. Where is it? It's not picking up my my Word document. Let me see if I can show it to you. MS Edge there. Okay, so basically this is the transcript that I've got, and it's not very organized. I did run it through transcripts, YouTube transcript IO, and I do have a base map of the way the conversation goes apparently. So I'll show you that before I continue. And what I'll be doing is having this nearby so that I can just quickly copy paste what the person has said. Usually what I would do is have the video, usually as in what I've done previously, is I would have the video playing and the transcripts on the left and then copy paste. But that can actually be a bit of a pain in the ass because of time codes and things like that. So this transcript IO remove timestamps and just put a whole bunch of words together, right? I could say split it, whatever to the AI, but there would be mistakes. So it's just words, right, at the moment. So we've got that. This as well is, I'll show you the Joe Rogan, the PDF. So this is what came out as, they took her jobs. The AI has taken my job, which, I mean, nobody asked us to do this. So I don't know what kind of job it is, but if I'm talking about this is sorry, it's white, but this is how it comes out. This is the base diagram that the AI gave me, right? I didn't ask Grok to do it. I suppose I could ask Grok. Should we do that? I think I'll do that first. But what I got from, because also part of the comparison test was, what is AI pretty good at it? What do I like about AI doing it? And Grok actually is better. But what I did find with this tool is that it just gives you an overview of the main topics that are discussed. The only thing is they don't put it in chronological order. So you know what? I think I'm going to first. I'm going to go to Grok, put the transcript into Grok, and say, give me a highlight. Give me a. No, should I? No. Because what I was going to do is look at the base diagram, and help that make that structure help use that to help me structure my diagram. But I think it doesn't really matter because Grok and I actually diagrammed pretty similarly. It's just that this helps, I think, maybe as a keyword thing to tell us which topics they touch on. Because what it does is it takes all the topics from the whole transcript and puts them down like that. So, why does it change? Sorry, change back. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at this. They do talk about world events and conflicts. They talk about podcasting and media dynamics. They talk about Israel and Hamas conflict. They talk about the October 7th attack. This is all stuff at the later part of the thing, I think. So I don't know if we're going to get to that. Ukraine-Russia conflict, I got to a bit of that in the discussion. That's kind of where I ended off. But the role of experts, this is the stuff that I was very interested in, was the role of experts, podcasting and media dynamics, this over here, the role of experts and media algorithms. That whole discussion is what I was interested in from this 40 minutes that I've been exposed to. So yeah, I'm just keeping this in mind. These things are fragmented. They didn't get a space in the mind map. Just these are just keywords. So I guess we just got keywords from this. Thanks AI, but you're not replacing me. Everyone that hates on AI is going to be left behind. It's not that you AI. It's how you use AI. It's not that you AI. It's not. Yeah, it's not you replacing me, AI replacing me. Hey Vika. It looks like a leftist meme. That's basically what I'm doing here. So, let's get back to the expand, and let's start what do you call it? Sharing and watching the video. Oh, Vika's on YouTube as well. Hi, Vika. Okay. Right, so we are using a sorry about that. We are using a timeline view because it is a chronological thing. That's what I'm trying to do. Otherwise, it actually mind mapping it, as in like having a central idea and then going off from that. That actually gets a bit wild. So either way, it's going to get wild. Let's be real. Okay, let's add. I'll switch to YouTube. Yeah, I see you. Okay, so let's get into this. Let's finally just start. Hold on. I just want to exit that. Exit that. Or keep it up there. Where can I put my transcript? It was lonely on Twitch. Yeah, it's lonely. Not many people on Twitch, on the Twitch side, are interested. At least when I played Monster Hunter, they came around, but they're not interested in the intellectual sort of stuff. Which, I mean, can we blame them? Okay, so let's listen along.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Okay.
All right, we're up. It's good to see you guys. What's happening? Are you going no headphones?
Oh,
Keep the do.
I'll do that. I'm not quite sure what they add, but yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right.
Okay. Already he's looking like a boomer to everybody. Hot tub diagram, good for Twitch. My first Rogan podcast since he interviewed Undertaker. What are we watching? We're watching this debate that everybody has been talking about in on Twitch and things like on Twitter. This Joe Rogan this debate between Dave Smith and Douglas Murray on Joe Rogan. And when we say this debate, can I tell you what their debate's about? No, there's like three main topics, yes, but it's a conversation where they disagree. They never actually say, "Hey, this is what we should debate." You know, there's no like moderation in that way. So that sucks. We did recently we rediagrammed the RISA framework by Bo Seo for arguments, and you have to ask yourselves: is this real thing to talk about? Is it real or is it a misunderstanding? Is it what was the what basically there's these 3 questions you have to ask, 4 questions you have to ask yourself, and one of the main things that that results from this is you have to agree on what you're talking about, and in this context that's not what comes out of here. So look, I'll show you what I mean.
The goal of this is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it. Yeah. We were just talking about that.
You did it early.
The word retarded is back.
Okay, so I now look, just thinking about my level of detail. Sorry, guys, if you're pissed off about me not getting through this is not normal reaction content. Okay, I will be pausing every few seconds. So the level of detail, right? I will leave. I guess we don't need for him to refer to. Do I need to note that he is talking these are side things when he says the word retard is back, things like that? That's not part of the debate, right? I don't think I need that. What do you think? Do I need that that level of detail? There's certain things that I just don't need to include, I would say. It's just difficult to figure out which of them there are. Okay, let's see how it goes. You can add it as narration, as like an aside. So look, we've got our key, right, to say who's speaking, which obviously is Joe is going to be orange, Douglas Murray's blue, and Dave Smith is purple. You get that, right? Oopsie. Fine, let's put them all in a line so they're all friends. What I do have is major topics, so like that would be our major things that they talk about. Okay, so Barmy over here is saying, I would say Joe wants to bring culture point return to normalcy. So that is still an important detail. That was part of what I was talking about earlier. It's just, you see, you could comment on absolutely everything they say. So if I diagram it, you can comment on it, as in like literally put comments. But yes, our key here says commentary is yellow. We can divide between when the chat gives commentary that I will add to the diagram, it will be in this format as well. And when I'm giving commentary, I'll just put my username as if I'm in chat. Are we though? What is normal? I don't think we've returned to normal. But okay. So yes, it seems like he is going exactly against what I said, that there's no official debate topic, but this is it. The only thing is he brought these people on because they disagree. So I guess we could say that let's do intro. Just Joe Rogan starts. Joe, why this? The why of this episode, the purpose of this episode. Vika is a plant. Okay. Okay, so major topic, let's go copy style. Okay, style. Sorry, you are going to get those absolutely unnecessary things of me talking about my formatting because it's just process things. So the purpose of this episode, and that will be in this color. Not that, sorry. This is the reason people would say, why don't you pre-diagram? So that I don't have to watch you do all of this formatting and things like that. But it becomes a lot quicker anyway once we have more bubbles. Okay, so the purpose of this episode, we have from Joe. Let's see. He brings up, I said I was going to do transcript, so let's go. Check out the Joe Rogan Experience, trained by day, Joe Rogan by night, The goal of this is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of those retarded shows where they're screaming, there's the word again. Okay, so I'm going to bring that all the way up. Okay, let me see if I'll get the whole block of what he says. And it'd be fascinating to see perspective of these things, so that's why you're together today. Okay, so sorry guys, you can't see me hovering over the transcript yet. I'll put some music on in the background for you guys, by the way. But there we go. Okay. There we go. I finally got it. Okay. Whew. Sorry, it's got to be in there. Okay. So, I guess one of the pre-diagram things I could do is get AI to at least split the thing and put it into diagram format, I suppose. Split everybody into their specific speeches, like Joe Rogan, this and that. Okay, so this is going to take forever, but I'm glad it's being done and all here for it when they actually debate Dave Smokes them. It is going to take forever, and that is what is quite frustrating for most people when they come across this sort of thing. And then, but you know what? Yeah, I'm glad you're here for it. And you know what? Go have lunch, come back. I'll still be here, you know? I request Hanson bracket. No, this is the black brown music. I've got media assets. I think this one is it too loud? It just shouldn't be too loud. And it just loops. I've got it on loop. And it goes forever. And it actually starts traumatizing people. So, I don't know. Super chat to change music. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. The goal of this. Let's hear.
And it's one of the great culture victories that I think hearted. Agreement is the word again. Gigantic. I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events. It's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming is the word again. We brought it. Yeah. We were just talking about
you
that.
Did it early.
The word retarded is back. And it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But these things are always like Pierce Morgan-y, which is fine, you know, where everyone's screaming over each other and, you know, there's 5 different people talking.
That's actually one of the things I tried to diagram a Piers Morgan discussion, and it's actually, yeah, you have to really go over. You can't go into detail. You just have to listen to whatever you can hear and hope for the best. It's an absolute shit show to try and extract value from those discussions.
Over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things, and I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant, and I bet you agree on a lot of things, and I bet you disagree on a lot of things, and it'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why you're here together.
Okay.
And
well,
okay, so that's why you're here together. I think that's basically the main point that he got to. Makes me feel good about how much I babble on, because he said all of that just to mean I think you agree on a lot of things and disagree on other things, and that is why you're here together. So I do think what we get also from this is he wants a rational conversation. Like, he wants a rational conversation from this, because he does a whole preamble. So I'll have to go preamble. Oh, no, let's break it up. Let's actually use it. Go. disagree with anything that's happening in one of these shows. They are screaming. There's it's back in the great victories. Blah blah. Everyone's at each other's. There's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never rational conversations. Okay. There's never rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I thought I bet you agree on this. So that's why we get you together. See, there is no specific things on... He doesn't say, okay, cool, let's talk about this. And then they go and disagree on it. They just launch. And actually, the person to launch it does seem to be Douglas Murray, by the way. So... yeah, I guess that's enough. Okay, so he goes straight ahead.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began,
So, like, he starts immediately. He takes the lead. Like, Joe just says, yeah, so the purpose of this episode. And I'm literally, one of the fun things about debate diagram is you can see visually how we go away from one idea to the next. It's just, oh, by the way, here we go. That's, I'm just going to copy style, paste style. I'll change the color to be Douglas, but he's just like, oh, can I ask you a question? Okay. And since
the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war?
okay, so do you think, let me get it right, I don't even need to. Since the war in Ukraine, war in Israel began, since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both different sides. Do you... Okay, so he's... Two men have the first names and the last name arguing, not good. Yeah, there we go, immediately. So, let's change to his color. I think it's that one. Okay, do you think? So, his main thing is about wars. Let's just call that wars, international conflicts. Wars, Russia, Ukraine. Wars, Russia, Ukraine. Okay. His immediate thing is there. It's like, geez. Insert. Okay, let's make you commentary. Take a nap or grab a snack. Yeah, save your hearts. It's not for everyone. Or FAP, yeah, that'll help you clear your mind. DM taking control of combo. Joe. Okay. Okay. You have quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways. Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war? So it's like an immediate sort of moral... I don't even know where Joe would have gone next. But he does it. He takes the reins.
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
What word? That's what I wanted to know here. What word? Do you know? And I was like, okay, does he mean supportive? So, do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war? So he's asking whether you've had good questioning he's questioning the guy's coverage, Joe's coverage of this.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics.
Well,
Okay. So, and then his response is, I don't understand that word. I don't understand that word enough, he says. I don't know that word enough. If that's a good word. Okay, that's what he means. I don't know that good. Okay, now I know what it means. So he doesn't know what enough means, yeah. As in, what is the level of enough? The full question is, so he says you've had people on to talk about these wars, right? The two wars. Do you believe you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war? So he's like, have you had enough people that are in support of it? I don't know that word enough, so it's word enough. So, like, he needs to specify what enough means, is what Joe is saying here.
I've had a few. I mean, I believe God's side is on the side of Israel.
We still don't know it, but this is what does
For
Douglas
had
say?
a few.
Enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics.
Okay. Don't know that word enough, and then okay, enough people who are on the side of Israel as opposed to wild critics. Enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics of Israel. Instead of. Okay. Just started, so I'm watching for minutes there, but where my stale comments. Don't worry, Ringu. I'm hardly even. I just ramble for quite a while, so you won't have many comments to make. Okay. Side of Israel instead of wild critics. So it's like he wants more of the counter. The counter to. He wants more of the people that support Israel.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God's side is on the side of Israel. For sure. Jordan is on the side.
So had a few. That's his response. Jordan. There's Jordan Peterson. Is he referring to Jordan Peterson?
Side of Israel.
You had Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Okay, so we've got already this team up between Dave Smith and Joe. He gives us Mike Baker. Well, I've had a few, but you've got Jordan, side of Israel, Amir, and Mark Baker, Coleman Hughes. So this is from. Oh shit! That's Dave's color. Sorry, copy style. Sorry, not copy style. Just change the color. Sorry. None of you guys were eagle-eyed enough to notice that. Just me. Only very late. Okay, full. So Dave says Mark Baker, Coleman Hughes. So I'll just put a comment here. +1. Smith is saying, watch more Joe Rogan show, Dougie. Joe Rogan's like, I don't know who I talk to, man.
It was
Yeah. I've had,
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes, so it wasn't quite.
Okay, well there he's like, no, he is now debating. It was only 20 minutes that they put on. So one of the questions with the RISA framework, or the way to approach a debate, is this point that I'm pushing, is it worth pushing for the sake of my argument? Is this one sub point, is it going to help me win the rest of my argument? So already we see that this statement over here, it seems like he is already criticizing. With this question, he's criticizing Joe Rogan and insinuating, which is, we're going to have to glean this information because we don't speak this way. We don't say, here is my contention, here is my point, this is what I want to say. This is just a conversation. So here, I would say that his point, his argument that he's trying to go for is, Joe seems like he's it's not seems like it. Joe has statement. Let's say statement. Joe has not had enough Israel supporters on his show. That's what he's insinuating, at least. Insinuation. Like, you see what's underlying this. We don't actually have that. Okay. Do you think you've had enough people on your support? Okay, cool. Enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics. Okay, so that just relates back to the supporters on the show. So the reason he now goes, because now this is a counter argument. He's saying, I've had a few. He's listing people that he's had on the show that are supportive of Israel, to say, I have had people in support. So he decides to take, Douglas decides to attack this by going to one of them and says, oh, well, Coleman only did 20 minutes on it. Did it for like 20 minutes. It wasn't. Coleman did it for 20 minutes. It wasn't why he was here. Okay? So this is the criticism he has. It's that they're not there to support Israel. They're not there to talk about Israel. They only speak about it for 20 minutes. It's just a topic that they run into. And he is finding that dissatisfactory. Okay? Again, he's trying to say this isn't enough.
no, I mean, none of them, and none of them is why they're here.
Okay, so he agrees. None of them it's why they're here. None of them is why they're here. So I would say he probably finds himself a bit, what do you call it? He finds this not good enough. So he's saying he wants people to have, instead of saying it though, he wants people to be there to talk about it. But Joe Rogan's format is talking to people, just about things.
You know, it's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
So again, he's doing it again. He's coming again. Do you think you've tilted one way? And I'm doing this as a repeat. It's passive aggressive. Yes, so true, Barney. I'm actually going to put another. I'll put that here. I'll put that over here. Like he's not saying. Questions, and then I'll put your Barmy. Your Barmy. It's passive aggressive. Don't know why I capitalized everything. I'd take that as a compliment if I kind of look like Jennifer Connelly. I would not mind looking like her. God damn. Okay, not saying, and I mean even the kinda is, I'll take the kinda. I like, oh, you're brunette and she's brunette. I'm good. Okay, this is why here he's not saying this. It's irritating. That's my annoyance, is you're not saying what you mean here. And he goes, for the same question, just phrased differently, and he goes, do you think you've leaned... so he's finding another way to say it. Do you think you've tilted one way? Same question. But if he doesn't feel answered, so I guess he's asking the question. But I would say, okay, that he doesn't feel answered because he didn't ask the right question. He shouldn't have even asked the question. He should have said a statement. And I say should have. Like, he would have felt a bit more satisfied if he said, I think, Joe Rogan, that you have leaned one way, more one way than the other. You have not had enough people on your thing. What do you say to that? Okay, like say something like that. Instead, he goes, the do you think you've had, to kind of get a gotcha, to try and feel like, okay, you're going to get him on this number of people, the supportive, rather just say it. So we have this whole rigmarole, jumpity jimpity. Instead of just say what you want to say. He's dancing around the topic, yeah, which is silly, which is like, confront him. He's Joe Rogan. He wants to talk about it. He's literally said he doesn't like people shouting and screaming at each other in the intro. He wants a rational conversation, and you over here, okay, do you think he tilted in one way? So again, just a repeat. Maybe we should say give a sticker for repeat, or a marker for repeat. What would be a repeat? Yellow flag, gray flag. Oh, replay. There we go. I'll put a little thing for it's a repeat. Okay, so let's add that to our what do you call it? And we could label it a repeat, but markers are nice and visual. Insert marker. Okay. Replay is good, yeah. Do you think you've tilted one way? So I think the first of many victim cards, I predict. Okay, is this a victim card? That you didn't voice my opinion. You didn't support my opinion enough? Is that what you're saying there? Okay, so I'm just going to put that they're the same thing. This seems annoying and tedious at this point, but they become important. That they become meaningful later on when you... These are little details we're just noting, okay? It's kind of slimy. Rather than giving his argument, Murray is insinuating that your loyalties lie somewhere else. I'd rather say... I don't insinuate it though then. Say your loyalties... your loyalties lie in this place, and then make that the point of contention. The manner in which you're approaching the topic is just, it's inefficient, says me. But, you know, it seems like it's disingenuous. Okay, so I think we've all agreed that it's like, okay, you could have gone and said, you could have made this a statement. You could have made that the thing that we are now talking about. But instead we have to spend words trying to find what your criticism is. So let's see.
Me personally,
No, just with the guests you've had.
So do you think you've tilted one way? And then I like that he actually says personally. And also, why not talk about his opinions personally? Go into them then. If that's what you have a problem with, go into it. No, he says, no. But you see, he goes, no. Gets passive aggressive. Not you personally, just on your show. So he goes, no, just on your show. No, never mind. No, just with the guests. The guests. Yes. So that's it. That's supposedly his main concern here. Instead of actually saying to Joe Rogan, what do you think about these wars? Murray talks in circles for the first 40 minutes. It's the same argument on repeat. Well, let's see how Agent Smith, what I want to see is how many times it does repeat, because, and also just how he changes it every single time. So you see, we've seen here, he goes, do you think? That's one way he tries to do it. And then he goes, okay, fine, we went here and we spoke about it wasn't good enough, but he doesn't want to say that wasn't good enough. Instead, he says that wasn't why they were there, and then he asks his same question again, instead of just going, that's not good enough, Joe Rogan. So let's see if it gets any better. I think what one of the most important and interesting conversations they do have is about experts. I like that part comes in. So as much as this is the repeat of this argument about who's on the show, there are some subtopics we get into. Okay, just with the guests.
Yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Okay, that was actually also quite hedgy. Okay, Joe Rogan is hedging big here. Listen to this. Okay, the guest, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric. Very non-specific of what do you mean they, who, what is going on. So he goes with his guests. The guest, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric. My question is, who's they? What are you talking about? So, and which guests did this? Okay, you're telling me with the guests, because he asked you about the guests, and you said, just towards them being barbaric. I would say he is also being, but he's not being specific enough for my tastes. Hedgy. Okay.
But why do you think that is? Just out of interest. I'm just interested in your selection of guests.
So what? Why?
But why do you think?
Hey, Congo Chris.
Perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
He agrees. So he just goes, now what?
But why do you think that is? Just out of...
Hey, Zax! Well, why do you think that is? Just out of curiosity. The guest... Okay, so his question is, why have your guests leaned towards this? Okay. Why do you think that? And he says just out of interest. Shut the fuck up. It's not out of interest, because this is what you're here to talk about. This is what you want to talk about. Say it. Say it loud and proud. But you're British, so I understand you're going to be a bit more demure about it. just out of interest. Is barbarism bad? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's barbaric. Why is Israel not popular among your guests? There we go. What about that? Why do you... But he's like, why do you think that is just out of interest? He's trying to say you've chosen those guests because you, Joe Rogan, have their opinions. And that's what I suspect of you. And you're pushing that opinion. Say that! Like, why do you think that is just out of interest? Like, I think he's even say not putting those words in and saying, why do you think that is just out of interest? No, it's not good enough for me. Okay.
I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's #1 podcast.
Yeah.
I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're the world's #1 podcast. Okay. Interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's #1 podcast. Okay. I don't like that he's saying it. I'm just interested in your guests. Again, we are going towards this argument over here. This is what you're relating it to. Actually, in actuality, you're going, yeah. You haven't had enough Israel supporters. That's what you mean, actually. Actually. Okay. Replay. Yes, it is a replay. Nicely done, Barmy. Because he's just asking he's asking the question in a different format again. It's because your question is so far removed, you have so many iterations before it starts to actually get to the point. Where's my replay? There you go. And also that's hedging. That's going just out of interest. Putting words like just out of interest in there is Douglas mentions Gad sad, but then immediately ignores how pro-Israel Gad is. Well, Douglas didn't mention it actually. Joe mentioned Gad as one of his pro-Israel people, and Gad sad is a very prominent guy to have on your podcast. So that I understand that's why he would go immediately to Gad, but instead what Douglas did is go, oh, he found one of them and said no, Coleman he only spoke about it for 20 minutes and that's not the reason he was on the show. So he took that one person that he decided he ignored Gad at all. Just that's it. I'm just curious, yeah. Enjoy your Vegas fun, Zax. I'm very, very jealous. One day I will take the 35-hour trip and go to Vegas. To just go and take photos, basically. Okay, why do you... It looks like such a ball. Oh, anyway. How long are you there for, by the way, Zax? Okay. Sorry, guys. Why do you think it's just out of interest? What we on? Guys, we've got 2 minutes, 27 seconds after an hour. We good?
It's not... I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just...
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
it's your
sure.
Sorry, it's your show. Oh, now you say sorry, it's your show. Bro, you started this whole thing. It's not. I don't think it's about it that way. I just think like I'd want to talk to this person. Okay, so this is basically, I suppose I'm supposed to, if I really want to, go, okay, we're going to now talk, new topic. We actually are talking about how you choose your guests. So maybe I'll just make this a circle. It doesn't get to be its own point, because why? Because he brought it up in service of this argument over here. So I would say let's call this main point. The main argument, main pursuit that he's going after is the support Joe's guest's choice. Joe is platforming people who don't support Israel. That's his claim. Yeah, everybody's talking about Douglas's standard of valid commentary. We'll get there, Congo. That was one of the main things that everybody got pissed as well about. I really want to dig down, take a deep dive into how he phrases those things, because I usually just, from exposure of the way this person speaks, I'm usually persuaded by him, but I was not. What if I said nobody actually cares about Gad? You'd be wrong. Okay, so I just think I like to talk about this to this person, and I think yes, that is true to some extent with Joe. He does just want to talk to his people, to the people. Yes, he knows that certain subjects can be touched upon, but it's about the person he's talking to. That seems like a genuine thing of his format. His format is, I want to talk to this person, that's why I'm bringing them on the show. Of course, it does so happen that a lot of these people that he talks to are going to push the numbers, and they are what people want to see. But if he's not interested in them, that show is not going to be interesting. So I'm okay with this. It's the elitism that was really irking people. Yeah, and he gets called out for it. It's the British accent, isn't it? Okay, so this is his main criticism. This is just out of interest. It's how you choose your guests. So now he's going to ask another question, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go here. Okay.
Joe, but
Sure.
If you're going to interview historians of the conflict, or historians in general,
Mm-hmm.
why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll?
Okay. So, but I can just, sorry, I know it's your show. You know what? I'll put that in here. Let's do it. Sorry, it's your show. Maybe should I put it here? Yeah. I want to put a comment there that it's just like, this is a way to behaviorally you go, you know that you've just taken over and directed the show. You've apologized, but you're going to continue doing it, and he said it's okay. I don't know, maybe we just say realizes he's taken control. And that's like he realizes that after like 3 questions, 3 interrogation minutes. Joe lets him, Joe permits. At least Joe didn't have Destiny reading Wikipedia on his... See, that's the thing. Destiny speaks too fast for me. For that. When he's reading, oh my god, it's too much. I am the captain now. Yes, Vika. Vika. Okay. So, how does he phrase it this time? He goes to an example. So now he's making his argument through a question with an example in it. Layer upon layer of the passive aggression. World's #1 podcast. The way that you think I'd like to talk to this person, but sorry, I know it's your show. if you're going to interview historians of the conflict, historians in general, why? Okay, I'm going to need to go to the next page, so let's just put this here. Would you get somebody like Ian Carroll? Okay, so I don't know who he's talking about. I don't know, but all I'm saying, and that's another thing with this format, with my analysis, air quotes, is I'm just going with what is in this conversation, what the people are talking about, what their response is. So he brings up this Ian Carroll, I suppose, as an example of bad guest choice. So let's put that as a call out, bad guest choice. Example of bad guest choice. Okay, so this is his next way of attacking that insinuation. Okay, he's like, no, why do you have to use this guy? Basically, he said, I don't think you should have used that person. Okay, so now what do we get? How does Joe defend this?
Yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on
Okay, so I brought him on
because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know?
But do you have any...
Okay, before he goes next. So, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out how one gets involved in the whole conspiracy theory business. Okay. Because his whole thing is just conspiracies. Okay. So he's given him a similar answer to what he did before, where it's like, I didn't bring people on for certain purposes. I bring them to talk about mainly one thing, about who they are. He goes down every rabbit hole. So the point is, this is how he dismisses that, right? We could then have a discussion, me and you, Agent, about whether this is a valid criticism or not, but what he has said is, I didn't. Again, he's doing this repeat over here of, let's do the insert of the previous one. Marker. Okay. Of the previous one where we've got that's not the reason he brings the person on the show. So that's another contention. He wants Joe Rogan to bring these people on to talk about this topic, not anything else. Okay, that's a repeat. Let's go there actually. Repeat. Let's put this in green. So guys, don't let me get lazy with my formatting, because formatting has meaning in these diagrams. So all these excuses, Joe is flailing the mind of a guest with an agenda. Douglas keeps ignoring the fact that Joe doesn't pick people for a specific topic. Yeah, he is not. They're not having that conversation, Vika. Like he keeps saying. Joe keeps saying that's it. I don't pick people for a specific topic. We just land up talking about things. Okay, which is his defense. But Douglas is now saying, I want you to do this.
I mean, there's been a tilt in the conversation, in both conversations in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts.
Okay, just nothing wrong with repeating the truth. There's nothing wrong with repeating the truth, but he is not actually saying that immediate truth clearly enough. So those repetitions are just a sign of him dancing around it instead of actually saying what he means, which that every repetition is, you're not helping me. So that's also why the repeat is on the blue block, not on Joe's block, because Joe is just repeating his response. So there, the repetition of the truth works. Okay.
Who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't.
Okay. So, do you have any? There's been a tilt in the conversation, both conversations in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts who are not experts. Okay, so we finally get to the point of I'm not happy with the people somewhat. I think he's closer, guys. I think he's closer. Do you have... There's been a tilt. There's been a tilt in conversation. He's repeated himself. Have appointed themselves experts who are not experts. So there it's somewhat somewhat getting closer to I'm not happy with your guest choice. You have platformed. He doesn't want to use the words platformed yet. This is going to take 11 hours. I think it's going to take a lot longer than 11 hours. And really the goal is to get the first 40 minutes done. So, been a tilt in the conversation the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have been appointed who are not experts. Okay, so I guess, how do we translate this into what he's trying to say? Maybe we actually put this in a new thing, okay? Because his criticism, it starts with his criticism of Joe's guest choice. Here, the whole discussion of people who are not experts comes up. People appoint themselves experts is what's well, I'll put experts as the main topic. Expert status. Okay. Let's put a line here. Please turn the background music down. We have 45 hours to go. There you go. Is it a little bit lower? I did not say I'm going to play handsome.
But he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude?
I'll put it at 10 if you want, because if it's really that loud. No, 12. There you go. Oh, perfect. Well, I made it even lower.
Who thinks he's an expert on church?
He appoints himself an expert in anything.
Not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he...
Okay, expert status. So let's repeat what he said here. I'm going to copy this block. Whoops. The main argument that he puts out. I've phrased that, guys, keeping my consistency right. In this part of the diagram, I've said Joe is platforming people who don't support Israel. That's why I've phrased it. I've phrased it as this is what he's trying to assert, right? This is the assertion he's making. So over here, expert status, that's inconsistency, guys. Bad kitty. So Joe is platforming people who don't support Israel. One thing over here is, okay, Joe platforms. This is the assertion, okay? Platforms Joe, and I'll say and other podcasts. Platform people who are not experts but have appointed themselves. Okay, so that's his main assertion. So they're trying to keep that going. Witcher's OST is really nice. I've streamers played in the background, though I don't know if you'll get copyright struck. Yeah, video game soundtracks are great to have in the background, but yeah, I don't know how it'll go with copyright. So we could try it for something else. Otherwise, yeah, just basically there's lo-fi and like somebody's phoning on my South African number. No. Okay. Spam. They're not experts, but they just happen to know enough about the conflict, and it's against your opinion. I'm wondering what makes a person an expert. It's Douglas calling you. Play our song. No, that's gonna distract me even more. Okay. So I'll just say bringing to light. Okay. Okay, there's been a tilt in the conversation, blah blah. Cool. Let's drink water. Sorry guys. I've got to take a stand. That's literally, oh wow, I have been here for 1 hour 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, we're good. Look how pretty my flask is. It's got Kiki's delivery. You know what? I should mark every time we have a block. So let's mark. What do I have to click? B? Yeah, marker created. Okay. Experts are people who have earned expertise by some sort of consensus. It could be university or it could be 1 million people on social media. Yeah. But we don't actually even talk about that, I don't think, in the 40 minutes that I've watched. Stretch 2? Okay. Yes, Vika. I'm touching my toes, I promise. Look. I guess, well, no, you can't. We won't be able to see it in that block. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. We good. Let's go. Let's go for another. Okay.
Appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude?
Okay. So you mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything. So there is your your counter arguments. He's countered. He's saying, look, they don't appoint themselves experts. They just talk about things they're interested in. That's it. And that's what the internet is. Welcome, Douglas. That's what the internet is. Everybody speaks. I'm so sorry. I know that the institutions are no longer the gospel. It doesn't make the conspiracy theory people right. It does not make them right. But it does mean we are exposed to their ideas. Oh my god, could you not phone me? Like, I haven't gotten phone calls on that number in many moons. Okay. So Douglas labels him as one. Okay.
Who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Okay, so instead, he goes from Ian, because Ian was the one that he brought up, right? He brought Ian up. Okay, cool. No, zip, next one. No, it's fine. We're gonna try it again, but we'll go. Who was that dude? Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill? Daryl Cooper. He couldn't remember his name. Yeah, well, like, if he's so concerning, I suppose you should remember him. Daryl Cooper. Okay, of course we use the word dude because we're being derogatory and like that. That's like him saying, who's that asshole that did this? For him saying dude, that's what it means. Just some random is basically what he's trying to say. Douglas is obviously not an expert on the people's names. He's trying on the people he's attempting to criticize. No, but he's just got these.
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
In fact, I think.
Okay, so then we've got Daryl Cooper, and then the same repeat. We've got Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert. Okay. So what are we trying to get at, Douglas? I understand there has to be some sort of standard. I understand that an expert has to be an expert. But we're not getting the right question. Again, we're criticizing Joe Rogan instead of saying, I find it difficult that there are people that are listened to as if they are experts. And it seems like to me, Joe Rogan, you do not platform experts enough. You do not platform the mainstream people enough. You don't look at the institutions. But my question is, will they ever? They need to get over themselves and be like Gad and go and speak to podcasters. Do that. Don't be so elitist and sit in your ivory tower and not speak to people, because people are being interested in things. Correct them with your expertise. Wow them with your expertise. Do it. Does not. I think everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm a history. So let's see.
I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like,
okay.
I'm just a history.
Have you
nerd."
ever?
Okay, a history nerd. So everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just a history nerd. So there again is that team up. Here. Hi. Oh, this is not floaty. That shouldn't be floaty. Okay. We need... And that is quite interesting when everybody else is characterizing you as an expert. This made me think of like when there's certain topics that I want to talk about on Thinkers, okay? When we go, oh, who should be our guest on Thinkers, we look for our expert or the person that knows the most about it within our circle. They're not the expert, they're not the only person, the gospel, the one that we are going to align ourselves with, but we do want to hear from them because they have the most knowledge. And I think what Douglas is worried about is that people are ignorant, and then the first thing they hear, they take for truth. And he's upset that his part and the experts don't get heard first. Have you got any bias with Douglas, Dave, or Joe? I actually don't have really any bias because I'm not that familiar with all of them. I've heard him in certain arguments, Douglas, before, but I'm really, it's kind of like arm's length, more than arm's length for both of them. Dave Smith, don't know fuck all about him, and Joe, I know Joe as he's just the podcast host, so I don't take him as this massive intellectual powerhouse. I take him as the guy who asks the questions and generates the conversation. So I'm not biased. I don't seem to have, like, usually when I have a bias, I'll properly announce it and say this is my favorite person, and I'm probably going to take everything they say very well. I'm trying to give Douglas a lot of grace, but you can see I'm getting irritated with him because of his social tactics. That's actually what's getting irritating, not actually what he's trying to argue or anything like that. I'm more on the personal female side, where I'm like, okay, it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. So I'm irritated on that point. I would rather want to have a clearer conversation with him. Okay, so
Absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I tried.
okay, Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert. Everybody else always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm a history nerd. The South African accent is definitely not the proper evolution of the British accent. No. Okay. Expert, and he's just, I'm a history nerd. And then we've got, I'm moving my limbs all the time, Stream Elements. I got you, boys. I have restless leg syndrome. That's why I bounce up and down every now and then. Okay, so, yep, very bitchy. Yeah, that's the only thing that's on here. It's not so much, like, I am with him, that expertise and believing the first source that you come across is not a good thing. We need to be critical of the sources that we come across. We need to understand that we are being, we are easily manipulated. Okay, we got to understand that and be critical about everything we hear. That I can get on board with. Okay, so here we go. Have you ever absorbed any of his material? So now, have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that? So now he's questioning the validity of his criticism, where it's like, okay, you're criticizing. Should Joe go after this? I think so, because Joe is saying, okay, you have brought him up. You brought this person up as a problem. You've said he's a problem by bringing him up, essentially. Okay? And we've said, no, he doesn't. We've countered by saying he doesn't think he's an expert. But then we also ask you, and I say we because it's Dave and Joe, which they're basically on the same side most of the time in this discussion. Have you ever absorbed his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that? That's a valid question. It's questioning whether his criticism is well-founded. What is it founded upon? Whether his criticism or vibes. I know that's not that's not very academic, but this is not academic, so.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this, or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just tell you what I think.
Yeah, but that's not
I think
exact.
Okay. So that's his response to that. I tried. It's pretty difficult to listen to somebody I don't know who says I'm capable of debating this one, but I'm going to just tell you what I think. Okay. I'm being experty about experts. Thanks, Zax. So his response is, no, he's difficult. My knowledge is based on I won't even try to listen to him because I've rejected him outright immediately. I didn't need to listen. So essentially, he didn't need to listen to these things. Didn't need to listen. His content to form this opinion. Apparently, that's his assertion. It's like, no. I didn't. The fact that it was so difficult, that's what made me turn away from this guy. I tried. It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know how I'm capable of it, but this is what I think. So he's decided that he finds it difficult to hear a person's opinion. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. See, that obviously that hits home with me because it's like, I am no expert in diagramming. I'm really no expert in anything, really. The only thing I'm an expert in is talking shit. Okay. But when I am trying to do with my channel and what I think other people do with their channels and their podcasts and things is they explore. They don't know what they're talking about, but they have so much knowledge at their fingertips with the web, with the internet, and they have so many opinions to sift through, and they have so much information that they're going to explore with their audience, that's what I'm trying to do, is to literally just explore things, see if I can make any sort of meaning, see if I can understand. what's going on. So he's criticizing that, and I'm okay with him criticizing it as his own opinion. If that's not the kind of content he's interested in, and he just wants somebody to tell him how it is, and that person must be the most learned and all of that, then good, that can be him. But he's saying he doesn't want to listen to that. That's not what he's interested in, and that's absolutely okay. That's not the only this is not the only kind of content that I consume. I do consume that expert content as well, where historians have gone and created their podcasts. They've written books, they've done all of that, and then they've made content. So there is expert content out there. You just have to go and look for it and foster curiosity in the audiences. Many married women just explore on the internet. Not an expert is not equal to doesn't know what he's talking about. You know what? That's true. That's a good point, Nico. I wish I could connect onto this, but let's just put it as a floating topic. Not an expert is not equal to, sorry, I need to do it this way. Yeah, that's very true. I have limited knowledge. Like he that doesn't mean he's not researching, he's not looking at things, he's not looking at those sources. Yeah, I will make a relationship between them. Not there, they're actually there. There you go. He doesn't answer the question. What opinion of his does he dislike? No answer. I don't like him because he admits to not being an expert. I don't like... Yeah, you know what, Barmy? That is... Sorry, we need another floating thing here. This is it. This is a good wording of his estimate, like, of what he's trying to say here. He doesn't answer the question. What opinion? If he does not answer, I don't like him. Because he admits. That's essentially what he's saying. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna put this in the same block and just put your Barmy there. I've got my computer's frozen. Something's frozen. Xmind is frozen. Xmind, you good? You good, boy? Xmind? Okay, we're gonna have to It was that South African number. Yeah, killed everything. There we go. You know you've been going long when my Xmind is like, geez, could you just fucking stop? I'm losing my Xmind, exactly. Okay. Now we're getting into that. Finally, we're getting into the main topic. I'm sorry, guys. What Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, Daryl. Okay, let's let him speak.
That's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl's saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of...
Okay. Really explain his position. Okay, so here's the counter argument from Dave. What Daryl is saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. Okay, let's go from there. To do long format stuff where you can really explain his position. I think that's actually a healthy thing for somebody who isn't an expert, who literally has not done education, gone through institutions and read all of the certain coursework and written all the essays and worked under other scholars, any of that. That is a good thing to do. Don't go and just debate people. Go and ask them questions. I think you shouldn't go into why should you have a debate if you are not on the equal footing? You should be learning from those people. And if you disagree with them, you ask them questions and you say, but why? You tell me. These people are a source of information for you. So you should ask them that. And if you were in college, if you were in university, a good one, you would have the opportunity to speak to such experts and question them in the same manner. And a lot of the time you'll find that 3 million people behind you also asked the same question and they got an answer. So they go and they give you a reading and they say, go and read it. Whatever, go and find it out. That's part of being a scholar, part of nerding the fuck out and being an academic, is reading what other people said. And yeah, I know that doesn't mean that it makes it gospel, but you don't need to immediately jump in and debates. That's why I don't want to debate anyone on anything. The only thing I'm interested in is helping facilitate people debate on things. And when it comes to opinions and things like that are very small and granular, when it comes to experiences of shows and pop culture and all of that stuff, that sort of stuff is okay because it's just the human experience. When it comes to historical texts and things like that, I would want the most expert people to be there and to bring their evidence to light. Sometimes I don't need a PhD. This is how I think. Here's how I think. Sometimes I don't need a PhD in maths. To me, that is 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah. It doesn't take a music degree to hear the guitars out of tune and the drummers committing genocide. Someone says they're an expert. Yes, if somebody says that, that's a good question as well, Vika. If somebody just says they're an expert, because you said they self-proclaim, does he suddenly believe them? That's on him as well. He needs to also be critical of who he accepts as an expert. Okay, he doesn't like doing the debate, so I'm with Daryl. I don't know who the fuck Daryl is, but yeah, don't debate people when you're out of your league. Ask them questions, have conversations, and argue with them. Get something, and your objective when you discuss with these people will be to get information, to gain understanding. So that's why you shouldn't have the format of a debate, where it's like, in a debate, it's supposed to be that both sides have certain arsenals of knowledge and they use it against each other. If you're underneath that, just don't. I wouldn't. Why do that? Just talk.
Of shit out there. There's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
Okay, you're telling people something. Throw a lot of, did he say a lot of shit out there?
I'm just raising questions. Throw a lot of shit out there. There's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you throw a lot of shit out there, sorry guys, I'm just on my copy paste. You're just asking. Okay, so he's upset about somebody asking questions I understand what he means here, that somebody saying I'm just asking questions becomes a message. Okay, it becomes a statement. Just like we insinuated, or we understood what he was insinuating here when he asks the question, there's an underlying statement that happens there. That does happen. When you are asking questions, there are insinuations underneath them, and those insinuations can be dangerous. I understand. And what he's saying is, at some point, what he thinks is gatekeeping those sort of those people that are asking questions is how we get rid of them, instead of interacting with them and showing them our own expertise. Why don't you say no? If you look at this history over here, this text over here, like you can dominate, but I think the elites just don't want to. They don't want to engage. They think it's beneath them, and it's like, well, you're gonna have to engage if this is what happens. If the mainstream is just podcasters and people having opinions on the internet, then you're gonna have to engage. You're gonna actually have to start telling us and teaching us. You can't sit in your university for the rest of your life. You have to come out and come online, and that gets people fired, so they keep quiet instead. Okay. There we go. It's telling people something, so I think I could just say, people learn from these content creators. They receive certain messages from that content. And also what he's saying, I don't like that content. I don't like that message.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think.
Do you think Daryl is doing that? I don't think that's part of. I don't know if that helps our conversation. To ask that question, I suppose it makes sense. Of course, he thinks Daryl's doing that because he brought him up as an example. So are we then going to get into this conversation about whether Daryl himself is doing it? Or should we actually be more abstracted and say, okay, tell me what your problem is with a lot of people and with this mechanism. What can we do about this problem you've just brought up? What can we do about it? Let's not talk about this one specific guy, because that's going to get us off in the weeds. This to me is more fruitful. Speaking about this and also trying to get him to fucking say what he means is just better. Douglas sounds bitter. He sounds upset that other people have gotten a voice. And I understand what he means, that it can be dangerous when everybody out there is gets to speak. Then you get horrible ideas becoming popular, and that moves the Overton window. So I understand where he's coming from in that point of view. You don't want things to become acceptable. You don't want them to. But what I'm saying, and what I don't really know if they get to this point, is that you need those experts to then come out. I think Dave brings that up, that experts need to step out of their comfort zone. And I say experts, and when I say experts, I mean people that are educated. Literally, you've spent years of their lives, their money, everything. They have gone to varsity university for this. They've written theses and things like that. They've studied under somebody. Those people, they're the best we have, apparently, but they're not speaking to us.
I think Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
Okay, so he says Daryl, yeah, he goes for yes, Daryl, but then goes straight to Dave. So I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that. Dave is doing that. Very obviously, Dave's a comedian, but now he's mainly talking about Israel. Okay. So you're saying he shouldn't be able to speak about it? Or he's not someone who should? Damn, goes straight for the guy across from him. Why is it dangerous? Just dispute with facts. Who are these experts? Define. So that's what I define is literally scholarly academics. And I know that the institutions have been captured and all of that we're quite scared about. But when I refer at least to experts, I refer to qualified people that have certain qualifications like PhD and things like that, people that have done those things, because I don't have absolutely zero faith in institutions, because what an institution is it has a path that people have to go down. And what a certificate is it certifies that you have done something. You have read this much. You have completed this work. You have explored these ideas. That's what certifications are. And they need to be valuable. I understand that. But now knowledge is all over the world, everywhere. Then we need to find a way to at least certify ourselves the things that we've read, and we have to use citations. We actually have to start being more academic with each other and saying, this is where I got it from. We actually need to go further and use the mechanisms the institutions have. The entire conversation could have begun with, I don't think Dave is an expert on Israel and you should not be taken seriously. There you go. That's it, Bommy. Okay, so I think there's a whole bunch of guys about Israel. Cool. So, wow, shots fired, I suppose. Crux of the matter. It's literally a call out. Dave is someone who thinks he is an expert, or who speaks as if he's an expert. So that's his main. Maybe we change to a new block for this, because this might be what we pursue going forward. But let's see. I have a PhD. It's nonsense. Look, it's a lot of time. Your definition clamps down in innovation. You need some sort of standard. That's all that I'm saying, is you need some sort of standard. You do need some sort of collection, some sort of consensus. You can't be the guy in the backyard who is supposedly a rocket scientist without going through training. Experts are humans too. That they are vulnerable to bias. That's absolutely true as well. Time for breakfast. Enjoy, Vika.
No, I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's all I see you
have
on the
opinions.
internet doing.
Yeah, but that's
that might be what you.
Check out. He takes a sip. Oh, that's all I see you on the internet doing. Called him out. So what has Dave said in response? It seems like they both go. Bah, 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 bah.
Seeing if I'm
mainly talking about Israel.
No, I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's all I see.
Joe, no. I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel. Talking about Israel. Okay, and then his thing is, it's all I see you. So now he's going back to the whole exposure thing. People are seeing you say these things. You have an audience, which is where Vika was coming from, where he's saying he seems bitter. It's bitter that the traditional audience has diminished and this new audience has emerged, which is not the same thing as the new audience that the filmmakers are talking about. Don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel. And then he says, it's all I see you do online. You can't control what goes viral. Absolutely not. That's all that I see you doing on the internet. Okay, the transcript didn't do it.
see you
I have
on the internet
opinions.
do it.
Yeah, but that's you.
Well,
just,
Okay. Doing on the internet, sorry. Oopsie. Hey. That might be what you
That might
see.
be what you've seen,
It's
but
just
I don't
you
think that's.
So
consuming
that is,
clips.
but that is
Okay, so we've got that might be what you've seen. But I don't think that's what. Gosh, you see this talking over each other.
your do it.
yeah, but that's you.
Well, that
just,
might be what you've seen,
It's
but
just
I don't
you
think that's.
So
consuming
that is,
clips.
but that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Okay. It's clips, so he's like, no, it's clips, basically. No, clips. You're just consuming clips. Okay. I don't know. It's mainly talking about Israel. That's all I see you doing. And then basically it's what he gets to, it's your shtick, basically, is what he's trying to say. That's your shtick now, isn't it? This is so passive aggressive. Yeah. But that's your shtick, also your shtick now, isn't it? You see how he takes his sip when he does that? Like, it's basically where he's just saying, okay, this is the main thing you're known for now. Okay, fine.
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
Now it isn't it. Then what do you mean that's my shtick? Shtick. This part just shows Murray's ignorance. Dave has been talking about geopolitics for at least 8 years on his podcast. Yeah, but he's saying that you can't talk about it in any case. He can't talk about it, even if he's been talking about it for 8 years. He shouldn't be, because he's a comedian and because he's not a political expert. He's not a geopolitical analyst. He hasn't been educated in that. So he's not allowed to speak about it, essentially.
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
Also, if you think about it, you can only stay an expert if you continue to study the topic and be open to new developments, discoveries, methods. Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to be a scientist practitioner of your art. It's consistent process of self-cultivation. In contrast, the know-it-all type of expert tends to be rigid and close-minded. That is what I am I'm against in terms of institutions. That is what happens with them, where there is that thing of, no, you can't do your thesis on this topic because no, we're this kind of focused institute. You can't do it like that. Basically, you have to find the right collection of people who will support the research that you want to do. That sort of stuff, that sort of interaction, I understand that's criticism. That doesn't mean that the things that those people know are immediately invalid. That's stupid. Don't take that out. Okay, I'm getting a lot of my opinion in here rather than just diagramming this stuff. This is the stuff that should go in the summary video, guys. But thanks, it is making my mind work, so that's what I want.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel.
This
and
is
the
not,
conflict.
I think you're incorrect. I don't.
Nice. Well, you're not a geopolitics guy. Decided to become somebody who talks about Israel. he basically is saying you're not qualified. You're not qualified. Wow. The thing that he's forgetting as well is people will talk about it. Non-experts will talk about it because it's in the news. It's a thing that is happening. Everybody will have, even though they won't have a very informed opinion, they will have one. And the only thing that you can do is inform it. Give as much source material as you can. Get Ground News, boys. That's today's sponsor. No, I wish I had Ground News as a sponsor. Okay, we're not up to in general, or you don't even know exactly what you're asking. I'm saying you've decided. Okay, sorry. And this is why he comes off, why people were so pissed off with him, I think. Why people got so that they optically he did the win. He got the win. Optically, he didn't get his points across at all about the dangers of bad ideas and things like that. He didn't get that across because he was too busy being pissy with Dave. We're talking about it right now. Exactly, Vika. And are we all qualified to do so? No. But we are absolutely allowed to. And you can criticize each other about it.
I don't think it's a decision. I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly. That's
you do get attention from that.
Okay, so the attention is what he gets upset about. I don't think you're incorrect. No, I think you're incorrect. Sorry, I'm just taking Joe's part. Oh, you'd say... What makes Doug an expert? His BA is in English. He can read better than you, okay? And he knows more. He knows that he doesn't know. That's the thing. To get attention by talking its own. Oopsie. Oh my fuck! Let me speak. Thank you. Rage quitting X-Mind. Huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I love that. I love that saying. Joe, Orange Joe. Oh, for fuck's sake. This over here is somewhat what I was getting at, but we don't have. We're still not at the core. We're still not at the core of the idea of who gets to talk about things, and we are still, because Douglas he still does not just say, I think podcasters are a problem or things like that. Because he won't say that. We've taken this long to get to still not the core argument. Long form conversations, you talk about it because it's in the news. Okay, you talk about it because it's in the news, and that's why we're talking about it. Okay, it's not. So he's basically said, I don't think it's a decision. Sorry, I need to keep that here. It is still a decision whether you allow that to be spoken about on your podcast.
If you'd spent the last year speaking about Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but he does talk about.
Okay. So now his contention, then his upsetness is you get a lot of attention by speaking about geopolitics. So shall we go to another claim? Joe, platform people who are not experts have appointed them. No, we're still on that. We're still on that main topic. I don't think it's a decision. What else are we on? We're still on the same topic. Just trying to think of how I go branch this off next. Okay. So Joe has brought up the idea of speaking about geopolitics on podcasts. He's now just gone on. I'm getting even more irritated now that I have to go into detail for this. I'm understanding why everybody's like, he lost the debates. It's like, he just wasn't approaching this conversation very productively. Let us change the song. Wait, not that one. This one. Okay. You do get attention from it. Okay, so are you telling me that attention is a problem? From that, if you spent the last year speaking one. Not be on my lips. Yes. Okay. What are we getting from this? What are we getting from this? Okay. Is he questioning the motives for talking? Calling into question the motives. Speaking about geopolitics on podcasts. Like, what are they supposed to just talk about fart jokes? Stick in your lane. Go and speak about jokes.
Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, what you have to be an expert, or
no, I think
what
authority
exactly
matters. I think authority matters, and I think.
Okay, cool. Then we are here. Appeal to authority. He's finally put words to it. He said, fine, you're appealing to authority here. I don't get it. What are you on about? So on my lips. So we do have this. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news as well. And then, so we have this. Actually, by the way, he doesn't just chase the clicks, I suppose is what he's saying there, Joe. And then he's like, well, I tend to talk about the conflicts my government is directly involved in, which is reasonable to me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is the major question. I think his counter argument is, why do you have to be an expert to discuss? So what are we on here? We've got Joe and platform people who are not experts but have appointed themselves experts. I think it's a good time to go to the next block and say, okay, that what he does, expertise wise. Well, what we're now talking about is, what is the value of expertise, or who gets to speak? You're appealing to authority for who gets to speak. Okay. Let's neaten that up. Okay. But I don't quite get. I think this actually needs to be. So he does talk about how he chooses his topics, but he has actually come to the crux of the issue, which is you're appealing to authority. Tell us about authority. So let's do that. Let's appeal to authority. Let's take this and reword it as our next block. It's just a shift in the conversation. I don't know if they circle back, but let's go. Basically, it's an assertion from Dave that what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, do you have to be an expert? So it's a question. I don't know. I think what Dave is saying is you have to be an expert to talk about topics. About topics. You don't have to be an expert to talk about them. Appeal to authority is bad. Let's color him this way. And this is all the main thing. I'm not interested in the actual debate about the wars and things like that. For me, it's just war is bad. I don't like war. Don't like killing. Thanks. Please don't do that. Okay, so examining those reasons is tiresome to me. What I'm more interested about is principles that they're talking about here, about expertise. So that's why I like this. That's why I'm focused on the first 40 minutes, and I'm not sure if I'll even go to the rest of the debate.
I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say, I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, and particularly when it's a counter narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people, look, I just feel we should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about?
Okay. So we are at. I think authority matters. I also do think authority matters. We need authority. You do need that. But what's it based on? And also remember that lots of people have very little trust in authority now. I want to go back to this. I want to just put this back in here. What happened to my music? It's not. I said loop. I guess it has a long pause in it. Whose authority is Trump's? I feel like a society does need. Society does need authority. We thrive on that. Or thrive, not thrive, but we can't live without it. We have to have something in control. I'm still not getting that. Oh, this song has like a meow in it. It might irritate everybody, so let's go back to here. I don't know. It's not working. I've lost it. Come on, Shinsia. So you know what I'm thinking, guys? Just hold on. Let's just hold. let me just do a marker here. So, I'm going to go for the next 2 hours. Okay, so I'm going to continue with this in the way that I'm doing it. But I'm thinking I really should do a pre-diagram in that I just put. I'm trying to figure out my format here, because in some certain diagrams it's okay for me to go to structure it as I go, but I guess I can move it around. I'm just thinking out loud here. And please feel free to give me any feedback. Like, I know that it's fun to go block by block and give opinion by opinion, like literally on everything they say. That is why I do a long form content thing about it. But I'm wondering if placing everything in the diagram in each bubble, literally processing the dialogue, if that might help speed things along. And that's something I need to work on offline, and then we come into it. And all I'm adding is my commentary. It's a conundrum I've returned to all the time, and also there is a problem when there is no transcript on YouTube. So feel free to opine on what I've rambled on there. To debate arguments like the ones Douglas is throwing around, you always have to pin them down on the details and not allow them to make a vague and general statements all the damn time. Yeah, that's just a general debate tactic that you should do. You can make a full mini series of diagramming this debate. Yeah, well, that is what I'm going to land up doing. That's why it says session 1 on the thumbnail. But I'm just wondering, because I mean, it still takes a long time, don't worry, and we will still be going granularly. So I'm wondering if I should just go and process the maybe culture gap, Americans, so no censorship, and Doug is British. If you click them, you can write shit that isn't visible in the chart. If you click them, you can write shit that isn't visible in the chart. Yeah, basically, we mean, if I've got them here, if I've got them showing, okay, if I've got this outlined, thing is, the journey is quite fucking amazing. See, all of this, the connections and things like that, and changing from one idea to the next. But then again, what I could just do is have the transcript processed into who speaks about what. No, opine on the format if you must. And then the thing is, I really appreciate, the reason I do this live as well is so that we can discuss as we go along. I would never want to let go of that. It's like, and just do this all by myself, and then make a video about it, and then we maybe talk a little bit in the comments. Like, I like this process, and then the thing that really stalls me at the moment is then putting it into a more condensed form where we make conclusions and things like that. That's just a harder thing for me, but it is a goal of mine. So yeah, I know it's not a great time to be asking these questions. Like, I should just get along and do the thing, but I don't want to. It's the journey. Yeah, Vika. When Destiny copied my headcanon your debate diagram, his editor would note down only the most important statements during the debate and not the entire dialogue, so just the main arguments. You see, I understand that, Nico. I understand the value of that, and I've done it myself, where I've just done the basic arguments. But with something like this, there's something to be said for every single bit. And yes, I've taken out the ums and the ahs, okay? But it is still a conversation. When I'm diagramming a concept, I'm very happy to just go abstract and go, here's the concept, and here's the concept, and here's the concept. And I think that that's a thing I could do as the condensed video at the end of a diagram, a live diagram, where I watch back my stream or do that and actually diagram my diagram, where I take, okay, what are the main arguments that are presented over this long period of time? The process of going through it, I just don't want to let go. It's something that I've done for quite a while now, and it feels very valuable, especially going through every single point. I guess, yeah, I'm just wondering how to do it. See, what happens with my brain is there's so many different ways to do things, and then I pick one and I go with it for a little while, and then I go, but you know what, we could do that other one over there, and then I start questioning myself. So I'm questioning you guys and asking, what do you think? Just at the moment, I won't act on it immediately, but I'd just like your opinions. Seeing as you're in chat, if you are in chat, if you are watching, please do comment. If I am just in the background and I'm background noise, I also understand that. That is also a cool thing. We're just co-working then. That's another reason I stream, is we basically co-working. Okay. Have you ever tried using Notebook LM's mind map feature for this type of thing? You could give the YouTube link and then let it build a visual map. Might be a good starting point. I've got thanks, Justin. I've done that with the actually I can show it to you here. With what's the name? Transcript.io. It does this to basically give, but it doesn't. The only thing over here is that it gives us it doesn't give it in chronological order. So I guess I could give it to Grok when Grok does. What I have noticed this week is that Grok was mind maps a lot like me, and breaks concepts up. So I guess I could have that overarching diagram of it, and then my thing is going into detail sentence by sentence. But I also could literally ask it to process the dialogue and put everything into its own bubble. I'm from the UK, where Douglas Murray is considered very, very right-wing. Really, very right-wing. He seems lefty, centristy. He is not considered a serious journalist. He has an average degree in English literature. He is no historian or expert. Well, he's using the authority of the experts, Michelle. He's using the authority of the experts as a representative. He's judging everybody and saying, why should I listen to you? Why should I listen to you, non-expert? It's almost like you should have a Zettelkasten and a mind map concurrently. What is a Zettelkasten, Rex? Your analysis is all over the place. I'm very bored by it. That's okay, Michelle. I really appreciate that's the feedback. If it's too all over the place, have a nice laugh. Isn't it a 3-hour discussion? You'll be here a full day. Oh, Jim, I'm usually here a full day. That's the thing. I'm here for that. Ooh, a South African. Hi, Hugh Cullen. You're putting in effort, and this is an important debate on historical event unfolding. I appreciate the fine-tooth comb you're using. Okay, thank you, Agent. Zettelkin requires a lot of note-taking too. Okay. Okay, well, you're the first person I've ever heard mention Grok. I just have it. It came with the, because I stream to X, so it came with, and that was the only. I'm already paying for streaming to X, so I started using Grok, and it's been pretty good. It's a big collection of linked notes, basically. Okay. I've missed you diving into the Douglas versus Dave debate. Have I missed you? Well, you are missing me. You've missed me only for the first 5 minutes. This is the first 5 minutes. But I think that the difference that I am making is I'm going over it with a fine-tooth comb. So thank you, Agent Smith. I think that's it's helped me understand a little bit. I'm going over it with a fine-tooth comb and usually placing the stuff happens and it contributes to my analysis. So I was trying to talk myself out of the slow going, is basically what I'm saying. But let's continue then. And yeah, appreciate the feedback, even the negative ones. What are my basic thoughts on it? So, you know what, that is a good question to start with. When I start a debate diagram, I gave a little bit of that in the beginning. I haven't watched the whole thing. I've only watched the first 40 minutes. And what I was mostly taken aback by was this expertise discussion. And I was not on the side of Douglas in that. I could pick out parts that he's trying to say that I wish were better emphasized, but he doesn't. I can see how this is an optical loss for him. His ideas themselves are not absolutely wrong in terms of the first 40 minutes that I've watched, in terms of him trying to talk about expertise mattering, all of that. But yeah, he is on average, he's wrong. That's my main opinion. Kitty worships Hassan. Thank you for the subscription, Hugh. I'm sorry if you couldn't hear the kitty cat. There is a little kitty cat. R.I.P. Michelle, never forgotten. Okay, let's I guess let's go on to it. My music, I don't know what happened to it. Is it on? Oh, there, listen, it is. I couldn't hear it. Okay. It's Hanson. Michelle missed a comma. Murray possibly stalled on purpose because he knew most people won't listen 2 hours in when he gets to the meets. Maybe. I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. Okay, this is what Rex is saying. Sorry. The reason I mentioned it is you could write a bunch of stuff down that you're not sure are important enough to put on the diagram, but tag them with where they would go, if that's what I do for school. Oh, okay. Tag them with certain references. I do like the visual part of it. Anyway. Yeah, I wonder if classical music would be copyright struck because they are the same. They're all this. There are some of that hit hard. Yes, they do. They will be certain recordings and things will get copyright struck. And then you go search copyright free music. Ooh, I've listened to the whole debate, so I haven't. Full disclosure, I have not listened to the whole debate. I've listened to the whole debate twice now. Douglas ruined his own credibility arguing from a point of expertise the whole time. So he did that the whole time. That's not a good point to do. Like I want to discuss expertise. He's previously said it doesn't matter, then died on the same sword. That's interesting. But yeah, for me, I want to have the expertise discussion, absolutely. But if that's the basis for all of the argument you're going to have further, I don't know how. Dave Smith called this first 40 minutes in the longest the longest strung out fallacy he's ever seen in a debate. Okay, guys, let's get back. Sorry. I really appreciate everybody's thoughts here. This is helping. But I need to also get back to it. Let's go. Let's restart the. Let's restart.
Historical stuff. We should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform, who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl.
Can we go back to the beginning? You know what? We could listen. It's just 5 minutes to watch. Literally watch it and watch with the debate. Okay. Okay. What is the appeal to authority of this expert? He proved his point. Not everyone needs to voice their opinion. Well, not everybody needs to be listened to. But we get to make that choice. This wall of text is intimidating. That's valid thing, not crazy. You're telling people something. I mean, I could keep the notes visible to you guys so you can actually see what I'm doing. So you don't just have me looking at the transcript. That's your stick. I've decided to be a comedian. Israel, I don't think. I'm losing track here. Minimal. What's the appeal to authority stuff? I think authority matters. I think authority matters. I think that you just throw a lot of shit out there, and I'm not interested in alternative views. Okay. Get people. Oh my gosh, he just repeated the whole fucking thing. We didn't go to a new block. I deluded myself, okay? Because I wanted it to be here. What makes an expert? All of this stuff. No, he just repeated, okay? Also, that's a floating topic. But listen, yeah, he's gone all the way back. I don't get this appeal to authority. Then we're still on this topic. Joe and podcast platform people who are not experts but have a point. We're still there. Okay, so that's just okay. He's gonna do it again. I guess we just replay. We replay. Okay. Fuck this. But we got it. We got to note it. You read the text rather than listening. I read the text and I listen, and because the text also just helped me copy paste what they've said, so it's better than what I have done in the past, which is just type it. So who's the other guy, and then we're here on this appeal to authority. Be an expert. This over here. Could we talk about this, please? Call out. Talk about this. Authority matters, and so does examining said authority. Absolutely. And not being so up your own arse that you won't interact. And I understand there are people that are like Terrence Howard. Are we going to argue with Terrence Howard because he's decided that maths is different and whatever? But no, some people need to take the time to explain to such people that they're wrong. Explain to me why I'm wrong, please. Okay, I need to copy paste this. Yeah. Copy. Okay. I think authority matters. This is all just words that he's doing. Views of this, and one of the main points though I will take here is this: I'm not interested in alternative views. I'm not interested in the alternative views of this, and particularly when it's a counter narrative that is wildly off. So he rejects the narratives being pushed by these guests, and he goes, when you get people like this, we can take that out. You've opened towards quite a lot of people who have not been who have been throwing out counter historical stuff, very dangerous, of a very dangerous nature kind. Okay. So what you could be saying instead of all those words is, hey, you know, people, when everybody is out there talking now as they are on the internet, dangerous ideas can get out and become really popular because they're not challenged. I would want, what I think is podcasts should challenge, should still voice the mainstream narrative. Or I am worried, I am concerned about this, but okay, instead he just does this.
Carl has
Derek.
I don't think there's anything
Derek,
dangerous
what's
about
the
what
other guy? Derek. What's his name? Cooper, is it? Which one is it?
No, that's
that's
Daryl.
Daryl
Daryl
Cooper.
Cooper. And who's the other one?
Okay, so they're still talking about who does this. But we can at least agree. Go to for you, Douglas. Maybe let's go to the main thing of everybody can have a podcast now, and podcasts get popular. I don't think we have to go to the examples yet. I want you to tell us about the principle of everybody being able to speak, freedom of speech, and yeah, then we can say these counter historical ideas, why they're dangerous, and you yourself should have that knowledge to say it. If you don't have, he's not an expert, so we can't have these conversations. He can only talk about the principles involved. Okay, you mean Daryl, talking about Daryl. So you mean Daryl? Daryl, who's the other one? I don't know.
There was one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable.
Okay, that's the main thing. These guys are not historians. They are not knowledgeable about anything. No one's... Okay. Okay.
Oh, no one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl.
Sorry, he's sounding so whiny this time. Like the first time I watched it, I was just listening to it and that's it. But he's like, but why? I guess I'm just being more sensitive. What is knowledgeable? Yeah.
Well, no one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen?
That is a cop-out. Saying I'm not an expert, but can become a cop-out. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. It becomes a cop-out when you are not bringing on other people that have more knowledge and asking them questions. And I mean more knowledge as in they have gone through the institutional stuff. Let them let them answer your questions. Explore together. Got to go be later if you're still alive. I will probably still be live. Love you, Vika. We should play this weekend. We can actually play Monster Hunter. And, I'm HR3 now. Joe has done that though. Yeah. He's had some, and then he'll get given shit for who he brings on, and fine, then he'll bring the next person on, and but then they do have to move with the news cycle, so there is that. That's the meat of this talk, Mark. Is Murray correct? Are these not conspiracies? Churchill is more villainous than Hitler. What a joke. That is the meat of this talk. Yeah, those are the things. That's what he should get to. Yes, I guess we're going to get there, I suppose.
Into their views on Churchill.
Daryl is
incredibly knowledgeable. They're not knowledgeable. Guys are not knowledgeable. Okay.
Knowledgeable.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl is incredibly knowledgeable. It's just not.
Why listen to their views? And the counter argument is they're knowledgeable. Yeah, somebody who's busy reading up on them is more knowledgeable than I am. So, okay. And I know, when we get to that mark, absolutely, when you get to that, what they're asserting, it seems like those people are just being contrarian, and they are not, they're just looking for a counter argument to the history, which is something that you would do in an academic essay and say, was examining Churchill in this manner. That's like a whole thesis you would do. So I understand what he means by that. Like, yes, you can't act as if these are valid, as in, because if you let them just be the only source of knowledge that's out there, then people are going to act as if it's true and that there's no counterbalance. I understand that. Go and watch a Metatron video. Metatron, he was the best example I can think of this was he spoke about the people now. It's suddenly popular to decide that to think that there were no slaves in Egypt. It's suddenly popular and absolutely an accepted fact that there were no slaves in Egypt. There was only paid workers and all of that. That is something that has been mainstreamed. But then we have people like Metatron who has experts on his staff that actually can give you the citations of why that is not true. And you need to voice those. So that's the only message I can get from what Douglas is saying here is, hey, make sure that you also speak to the counter side, the side that actually is traditional. And yes, shout down the people that are just trying to be so fucking counter because they're like, it's so edgy. I'm a big edgy boy because I think Churchill is the villain. Okay, are you done? I'm not interested in you thinking that way. Like, if that's the way you're gonna go along. You're ignoring everything. So I understand what he means there. They ignore that, they take a black and white a view of these things.
Yeah,
He's
he
not.
is.
He's
Why do you say
wildly. Several reasons. One is when he was offered to debate the current
Okay,
great.
so we have the example. Why listen to his view is Churchill. Daryl is incredibly knowledgeable. That's why you should listen to him. Okay. Churchill.
Greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't because he knows much more than me and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him.
That's not a good enough reason. That means he should be on the show. We need a letterbox emoji. I love that idea, Barmy. Okay, I'm writing it in the little book. Oh shit, where's the... It's here. Read many books, done a lot of research, etc. Yeah. That is, Bill, that is Bill Billington. That is what I mean by actually institutional knowledge. The only thing that having a degree or whatever is saying is that you read those things. It's certifying you read those things. You could read the textbooks that a person doing a degree does. You could do that. Yes, you don't have the supervision of a professor or whatever above you, but you are essentially knowledgeable. You're using their texts. And that's what's changed in the world. We have access to that knowledge. So you can be knowledgeable without the certification, I understand. But that doesn't mean now certifications mean nothing either. See what I'm saying? But he's... So anyway, letterbox emoji. Sorry. If I don't write these things down, they disappear forever.
That's Andrew Roberts.
But you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No.
on
You don't
things.
have to debate people.
If it's not your thing.
Okay, it's not just he's wildly, several reasons. Okay, so let's just go he's not. And he has these several reasons. Many hours of research then. Yeah, that's also. Okay. One is when he's offered debate, the greatest living biographer of Churchill. I can't because he knows much more and I admire his work. I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. Okay, he can't debate him. He knows more than me. I think that doesn't mean you don't talk to him. So I would like to know, my question would be, did this Daryl speak to the greatest living biographer? Like, speak to him then. Ask him questions. Don't debate him. Say, I think this. What is the counter argument you would give me? That's what I would want. One is he was offered to debate the current greatest. Okay. I'm just going to note what he said. I guess I'm just noting what he said because I'm not going to. The best version of this argument is there is someone that knows more than him. Right? The problem is that somebody knows more than him, so he won't debate him. No, you know what? I'm trying to make sense of it. He's got to try and make sense of it.
If you, for instance,
Hail, Weasel.
Okay, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in
It's not what he
World
said.
War II.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper have said that.
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said.
Okay, so he says this. Can't possibly debate him. So I agree with what with actually what Douglas says here, because that's Andrew Roberts, but you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions. Okay? That is sure that's true, Joe. But when your opinion is so far out that Churchill's the bad guy and Hitler was not, then you do need to be speaking to people and you do need to be questioned. Okay? You do need to be challenged on it because sunlight's the best disinfectant. That whole thing, yes, you do. You don't get to say, they know more. They know more than me, so I won't debate them. That's basically saying, okay, my knowledge is not sufficient to support my argument, therefore I won't engage in the debate. Yeah, I agree with Douglas in that. But as Joe responds, that's not what they did in any case. You don't have to be I think you should be able to debate people and form an opinion. Have a conversation. Or people should do their own research? Yes, exactly, they should. So this thing about, on the one end, yes, we want people to just talk. They don't need to have a debate all the time. But having an opinion is basically debating. Okay? Having an opinion is saying, I think this because of this. And people can challenge you on it. As long as you're looking for more knowledge, I'm supporting you. But if you're going, I've decided that this is the conclusion, and I don't want to talk to anybody about it, then I'm gonna find you a bit too greasy.
But Daryl Cooper's not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko.
Okay, so I can't because he knows much more than me. You don't have to debate people if it's not your thing. But if you, for instance, say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy and it's not what he said. Yeah. he is referring to the Overton window as well. That what is acceptable to say? What is acceptable to say? Yeah, is this acceptable politically for you to say this in public? That should be questioned. This should call you into question. I agree that you should be called to account for it. There are certain counter opinions that will require further in-depth conversation. And I say require because it's so that the better idea can come out. Okay. And you know what? People will unfortunately still decide that they want to be edgy boys and think that Hitler is better. And they're stupid.
Who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with them. I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is by Churchill's actions, the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions then, is he?
Okay. It's not what he said. Neither Carol nor Cooper said that. Mm-hmm. Neither Carol nor Cooper have said that. Okay, but I think we could go instead of going into whether this person said it or not, you could say if somebody, fine, assuming, let's do the hypothetical. Assuming somebody says, "I've decided Churchill's the bad guy," what do we do with that? That is the question. We don't have to talk about Carol or Cooper, and we don't have to do any of that. Let's stick to the principle then. Let's talk about that. But we're talking about individuals. What he said is he jokes with his friend who's an Anglo-Saxon, was the villain of the war, that he's saying that Churchill's actions in the war escalated it. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Barmy. Thank you for the gifted memberships, and we will have to get a litter emoji. Which one should I take out? I mean, Axel and Daisy, nobody wants to use them, I suppose. I would like to know what Daryl Cooper said. Yeah, I would like to know that too. If that's the discussion we're going to have, let's talk about exactly what he said. So, but this is as far as he says. What he said was he jokes with his friend. Who's an Anglo-Saxon and because Churchill's actions escalated the war. Okay, in this case as well, when there's people doing that as well, I'm like, are you just being an edgy boy? Or are you actually engaging in some sort of analysis and some sort of critical thinking of this hallowed place that Churchill inhabits? Are you really doing this, or are you just being the counterintuitive person?
No, but the claim
view.
isn't that he's just asking questions. Yeah, he has a point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says he's
said
joking.
In the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part. But in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement.
Okay, don't make the hyperbolic, provocative statement then. That's a stupid statement to have. You're when you make that's the hyperbolic, over the top thing, that is what people are going to take from it. They're going to believe it as you said it. So, yeah, I understand both sides of this. Okay. what he said was his jokes with his friend, blah, blah. So what do I have here? He's not saying anything. He's just asking questions. Then the claim isn't that he's just asking questions. He has a point of view. I'm being hyperbolic. Okay, I'll just put, listen, I'm being hyperbolic here. I don't get that. Check to see if you got notification to accept my membership at top of chat. I never get those notifications. So I guess I never, what's the name? I never get them. Okay.
But
What's
Douglas,
the point of that?
well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's
interviewed?
certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan
Oh, this is horrid. Okay. I just want to go a bit
debate
back.
against.
But Pat Buchanan wrote an so he once again disclaimed. He goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part, but in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
Okay, so this is the disclaimer that he's given us. Disclaimed he goes on and on. Okay, so he's made sure that he's called it hyperbolic. Okay, but now has he gone and said Churchill's an asshole? Churchill's a this? What has he been going on about? And at the same time, has he also said Hitler was right? Because if he's doing that, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's just not gonna work for me. But then I guess we have to defend his right to say it, right? But I think it would just be good for him to then let himself get roasted by people. By people that will tell him how Hitler is bad. Okay? But the point of that, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. He's not allowed, is he not an expert? He's not allowed to. So we're still trying very, very hard to get to this. Please tell us who is allowed to have an opinion, sir. Please. Tell us. And apparently he isn't. If you write a book, no. Certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. Okay? And then he goes on a tangent. Boys, tangents. I'm going to actually give you a whole new block for it. Here we go.
What's
Douglas,
the point of that?
well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's
interviewed?
certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled. Because
Okay. He can be interviewed. Okay. He can be, guys, it's been proclaimed. I watched Pat Buchanan debate. Hello, Daisy. Everybody, say hello to Daisy. Daisy, say hello to everybody. Daisy girl. Daisy girl. Come. Come, baby girl. Sorry, guys. I do need to get her to sit on my lap so that she does not interrupt us. Come. This happens in the gaming streams as well. But then she gets easily dissuaded from sitting on my lap because I get very, very loud. Come. You're not here to spill my tea like you did the last time. Oh my god. Bring her back. See here. Say hello, Daisy. Say hello, Daisy. Say hello, mommy. There you go. Hey, Titi. So if you guys wonder what happens to my attention, it's because she is on my lap and she looks up at me like that and she expects all the love. So Become a member and you can use the Daisy emote. To be fair, there's a section of the dissident right wing that believes Churchill was bad because if it weren't for him, England would still rule its colonies and not be subservient to the US. Yeah, that's a historical discourse you could have. Fine, if that is part of it. It's a camp. There are some people that believe certain forms of personality are personality disorders, but they're not considered it in the mainstream. Yeah, Axel doesn't feature a lot on the stream, guys, but he is here. Daisy's. Oh my lord, I'm about to pay for a subscription for the cat. That's okay, Hugh. C will be very happy about it. We can do a better do emote. I've got a better one, guys. It's called Super Do, and it's basically a screenshot of when she jumped on the bed and she's going like this. Super Do. I've got to change it. So you'll have an even better one. Okay. Okay, it got leveled 20 years ago. Thanks for talking about 20 years ago. Contrary view. Okay, let's see.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking again. He's certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and
Okay, he was leveled. That's good. Isn't that good? If he was leveled, that's what should happen to someone. Be leveled and humbled by somebody who knows better, or who doesn't know, who knows better than you. And get leveled. Is there a scuff emoji? You know what? Scuff should be the main emoji. What? I've got rage. Rage is an emoji for the gaming channel. I should just put scuff. I should put my face with like scuff as the emoji. Scuff emoji. Scuff emoji. It's in the little book. The more members we get, the more emotes we get. But I think we can get rid of the rage emotes. That's more of a gaming thing. Intelligence Squared debate in early 2000s. I think it's on YouTube. Nice, Mark. That could be something we look into. Then. Okay. Intelligence Squared. (2000s). Like that. If that's a formal debate, that's fun. That's good. It's a lot easier to diagram. It's not just a conversation. Okay. Can be interviewed. Daisy just gave you guys love. That's her head whooping the camera. Let me put a marker. Kitty, I gotta say, being the first time ever being here, you're incredibly level-headed. It's definitely something that YouTube is missing. I respect you for that. Thank you, Hugh. I really appreciate you and you sharing that. You didn't have to. You could have just kept quiet. And thank you, Daisy. Yes. See, give you head boops. And apologies for the baby talk, but I really can't look at this cat without speaking to her like she a baby because she's so beautiful. Okay, sorry. I try to remain level-headed. I really do, but I have rage tendencies, but it's usually with games and actually less important issues. And less important opinions I will get very heated about because I have very good knowledge on how I feel about things. I'm a lot more humble, I think, about geopolitics, I think. Really appreciate that, Hugh. I hope you come. I'm glad you subbed and put on your notifications. Hopefully you can make it. We can make it through the whole debate and you'll be here for another one. visit her Discord. Yeah, if you want. That also needs to be cleaned up, and also there needs to be the members only section sorted out as well. I need to connect it. What's Discord? What's the Discord? Yeah, you can go. Yeah. There you go. Cool. That's also where you can suggest books, things like that. So, oh, by the way, guys, I know, no, off topic, but the results of the members only poll has come in. That you can't end the poll; you can only delete the results. That's what I've seen. But anyway, I gave up some options for books that I need to read. Which ones I do first. So basically what has come up is Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is the one that I'm going to be reading first. But then at the same time, that being said, yesterday this book caught my eye. Steven Pinker's Rationality, what it is, why it seems scarce, why it matters. You guys know why I got this book, right? Look at that cover, okay? And look, I'm not like a Steven Pinker fangirl, but I did read, he was literally the writer of our textbook in my linguistics course, all of that, so it's not like anyway. But, yeah, this is another one that I'll be reading, but I need to focus. I think it would be better if I focus on one book at a time, but I bought this yesterday and I was like, I should have put this in the poll. But either way, the ancient seems to have overcome. It will be Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So I will start reading that this weekend and see what we do content-wise. It might be something I just speak about on Substack, which has been deserted for the past year. But I could do that. Just literally my thoughts as I go through it. That might be where we go with it. Or it's members-only posts. We'll be talking about this. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Dude, Marcus Aurelius, I'm so in for that. Yeah, I've had this book lying around for a very long time, disgraceful amount of time. I read a lot of fiction. I love fiction, science fiction, and all of that, and that's my main thing that I'm in love with. Like Wheel of Time is what I'm really interested in, but I need to do more of the non-fiction reading because I need to expand my mind. So we start with this. Okay, let's get to the diagram again. Intermission over. Okay. Okay, about 20 years ago, just debates began. Okay. I've watched him debate against Churchill historians. Okay. I think that's a good thing. I would think that's a good thing. Yes. Go and get leveled. You want these conversations to happen. We could have gone on about that, about what's good about that, engaging in debates. Why is this? There we go. That's the value. But no, not aligned in the discuss the value of this, but no, not aligned in the objective of the discussion. So that's just referring back to Boseo's thing. Like, one of the things you've got to agree on when you're going to have a productive conversation is you got to agree on the topic, and you've also got to be aligned with what you're trying to get out of this. And what often should be, what we often do when we're in discussion on podcasts and things is we're trying to find a solution. We're trying to find an answer. So just talk more about it. Don't get into, oh, well, he said, she said kind of thing. Do you follow any religion? Sorry, I'm spamming your chat. Don't worry. I really appreciate interaction. Kitty, my goat. Hey, WZ. I am a Christian. So I was brought up Catholic, but I wouldn't call myself a Catholic. I know how it works. I appreciate their rituals and all of that, but I understand that as a ritual, whereas Christianity is separate. So that, I guess I'm not a religious person in that way. I do believe in God, though, and Christ. Hey, I went through an atheist phase like everybody else when I was 16. So I've gone through all of that. And yourself, Hugh? Okay. So get him out of the way. Where are we? Video Daisy, my baby.
About 20 years ago.
I'm just
He
curious. I
debated
haven't seen
against
this.
Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear.
Yes.
But if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century? At some point, you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's horse shit of the most profound kind.
I don't.
Yeah. I agree. That is the danger. Okay. Andrew Roberts, several other historians, Intelligence Squared in London. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear about it. Okay, it's that not that they can't be allowed to say it though. He had a contrary view. I guess I have to put this in the same block. Why are you putting it in a different block? Which is... Oh, there, I'll go like this, sorry. If you only get the contrary view, I agree. If you only get the contrary view, it becomes acceptable. And the reason that I say this is think about, go and watch the one of the latest Metatron videos. He explains that it's become popular now to think that there were no slaves in Egypt, because somebody once wrote this one counterintuitive thing that thought, you know, wouldn't it? No, there weren't any. There were some paid people, and that became completely accepted by the mainstream. People were so angry with each other and arguing on the internet as if they knew this was what they were taught in school. That basically that the pyramids were never built by any slaves. No slaves. I'm an atheist. I can't get past if I don't see it, I can't believe it. Even with the Shroud of Turin argument, yeah, that's the Shroud of Turin, as in like, oh, this Jesus person existed. You would still have to believe further that Jesus was who he said he was. So I can understand somebody not seeing past it. If you can't get past that, it's difficult. And then some people say that then there's also the argument of if you're deluding yourself when you say you feel God or you believe. It's delusion. So I don't think it's something that needs to be argued as much as it was in the 2000s, etc. We should still, though. It's one of the most basic debates people have, right? So I think we should examine it. Good night, Kitty. Great stream. Night, Zax. Enjoy your Vegas trip. I really am jealous. Daisy is upset. She's left. Okay. Where are my pastes down? Whoopsie. Copies down, paste down. Go hard, Zax. Yeah, go hard, Zaxy. Which is at some point lead people down a path where they think that that's the view and that's horseshit. Okay, so here is he's expressing the danger of I'm in danger of this opinion. Okay, because then if that's what you think, then what are you going to start reading Mein Kampf and thinking Hitler was A-okay? Is that what you're saying? The danger of but I'm only seeing. But we don't talk about that. Instead, this whole thing over here, boys and girls, his example over here, he's talking about a debate where a guy was bodied, okay? So he came with this, isn't it fun to pretend blah, blah, blah about Churchill, right? The person, apparently, this is what I'm understanding from how he's explained it in this conversation, we're not going to fact check, okay, is, unless Jamie fact checks them in real time, that's it, okay? So, he's given us an example of a guy that had the contrary view and then had it challenged. So he's already given us the solution, ladies and gentlemen, for what happens where we interact with audiences and we interact and we debate in public. And that's how good and bad ideas come to the fore. But I think his argument goes further. Okay. Pat began in the debate against. Like, I understand you should not be encouraging anything that makes people think Hitler was okay. But at the same time, there's that overcorrection that people did with critical race theory. It's like bringing up race at all in any context is racist. No. Be precise. What you're saying?
I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions.
Be precise is from an old debate we went over. It was with Jordan Peterson and Reverend something, and they got into it, and Jordan Peterson was trying to say you should be precise, and then the Reverend goes, "Be precise." That was his response. So be precise has stuck to me, so I can't claim credit for that.
And then if you say,
that debate here, you know exactly, word salad man.
That's sometimes horrific opinions, and then and frankly sometimes horrific opinions, and then if you say that's wrong, they say I'm a comedian.
But wait a minute, no.
What do I know?
Mm-hmm. That's a valid thing. I'm a comedian. What do I know? Then we need to criticize. That mechanism. That I'm just a comedian. No, well then don't talk about it. I understand. Or ask questions. Don't use it. Just don't fucking use that. Don't use I'm just a comedian. I don't know. Say I would like to know is people speak to me. That's I don't know. Just that's what I think you should do is be asking, and use your traction to get those guests onto your podcast. He's trying to do. I think it's exactly what he's trying to do. So we've got the counter argument from Joe's. I don't think that's what he's doing. Is anybody actually saying that? Is anyone saying, I'm just a comedian? I've never heard somebody do that. Well, yeah, I'm true. Yeah, this might be it. Bill Burr literally just kind of saying, I'm just a comedian. Yeah, no, but Bill Burr, yeah, you don't get to do that either. Don't be, I'm just a comedian. He made that as part of his act and everything that I watched recently. But then he goes on The View. And does talk about it. Dyson vacuum cleaner. I remember. Yeah, that should be one of our like emotes, basically not emotes, but like our clips. Be precise. I'm gonna be trying a new studio out, and we'll be able to do that. He says this, and Bill Burr went on The View. He did. He did.
What
No,
am
no,
I?
no, no,
what?
no.
What? How can you tell
No,
me
no,
I'm
no.
just a comedian?
Well,
I'm just throwing stuff out.
What
there.
horrific?
I think that's exactly what they're doing. The problem is that because you mean your own platform, keyed in and much more. Ask questions. Where are we at? I'm just throwing stuff out. Okay, this is a completely new thing, though. This thing that he brings up here, right? Let's examine. If you only get the contrary view, which is this, okay, so he's upset with if you only get the contrary view, then we're going back to this idea of platforms, which it was the thing that he wanted to talk about from the beginning, really, about who had been on the Joe Rogan podcast. Joe and other platform people who are not experts in voice of self. That's his whole thing. Here, let's take that. I think it's exactly what he's doing. So are these the same thing, these two blocks? Like this is one thing, yes, the danger of seeing one side of an issue, then okay, this is a separate but related issue where it's okay. Oh, Daisy's back. Hi, baby girl. Hi, Daisy girl. Hi, mommy. Okay, shared. Say I'm a comedian. The cop out. I'm not an expert. Cop out. I'm not an expert, but this is my opinion. I think that's the most that you can do. I think maybe then rely on the listener to say they have said, they've disclaimed, what do you want? They've said that because Murray kept saying they were claiming to be experts, though not to weasel out of some argument they've made. That's actually quite funny. He was saying that they self-proclaimed experts, but he's saying they take away their expertise because that helps them not have to engage with an argument. Yeah. Patrice would be disappointed. So we have to close this because last time Daisy was around, I had tea in it. And she made it spill. Hey, Mom? Okay. But it's not her fault. I just need to be better about it. Okay. He says it's exactly what they're doing. So they're being contrary is what they're doing. Okay, then he's got the I'm not an expert cop-out. That's got to go here. Ugh. Because you much more do ask questions and are interested, because you do ask questions. There are a lot of people I'm taking out. There are a lot of people who have come along partly. Come on this show. A number of people have come on this show. People have, so I'll just do it this way. People have. Would have come along and they've decided they can play this double game. On one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions, and then if you say that's wrong, say I'm a comedian. Okay, and he did, to be fair, he did bring up such a thing where it was like, oh, it's my hyperbolic opinion. I joke with my friend about this. I think there's a valid concern when jokes are just a way to mask, when it actually does become the whistleblowing that the left was talking about. When it actually, where you can't, like, I have that experience where a lot of the time I don't know when I'm on stream with more edgy people, because I know some of them. Sometimes they're making really funny jokes and I'm happy to laugh at them. But other times I'm like, wait, is that really what you believe though? I understand a joke, I really do. But then I'm like, okay, wait, do I now go in and ask them that question? Because like, it's one thing to make a joke about it, but is that really your belief? And if that is your belief, then I'm going to not want to speak to you anymore. Like, I've had those experiences, but yeah, he was a real jerk. Who's a real jerk? Murray kept saying they were claiming to be I don't know. I'm not pro-Hitler. I agree. He was a pretty disagreeable fellow. Thank you for letting us know, Mark. You've geared him off. What a crouch. You've heard of him too. What a crouch. Yeah. What did Catru do? What did Catru do? Foxru. A grouch. Hold on. Let's go here. Okay, I say I'm a comedian. I do think that is a valid thing to talk about, but unfortunately we can't have the conversation we hoped.
Opinions that's wrong are you talking about?
Well, I'm just throwing stuff out.
What
there.
horrific opinions that's wrong are you talking about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
guys like Daryl,
the ones I'm describing.
You
very
need to listen to Daryl to really understand what he's saying. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No, you're wrong. You're
And Joey's going hard. Actually, that's as much like Joe is yelling. And no, like Joe is usually very agreeable and like kind of helps around with somebody making their point. He's like, no, you're fucking wrong. And I guess, yeah, the fact that I'm used to Joe, maybe I should say then I guess I'm more biased against it. I'm more biased, and maybe I'm like more willing to think, okay, why does this man think this way? I don't trust him in the way that like, oh, if he says no, it means no. I'm just saying I am probably more partial to him, I would say, because of this. because of how very much against it, against this interpretation he is. Douglas never once asked what Dave has researched. He knew it wouldn't end well. Dave is a Jew who doesn't agree with Netanyahu. No, you're not biased at all. I am. Everyone's biased. Everyone's got. I do have like at least certain affection for Joe, but I don't think of him as this huge intellectual powerhouse. Okay. Like, yeah, even then, just nowadays you should question absolutely everyone, even if you like them.
Wrong in history. Charitable views on all the figures in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No,
just
you're
not
wrong.
He's just totally, and also Dave is like, this not true. Okay. Wait a minute. How can you tell me I'm just a comedian? I'm just throwing stuff out, horrific opinions. Are you talking about specifically once guys like this get into... Sorry, he asks, what horrific opinions are you talking about? Hello, baby. That's Daisy on the microphone, everybody. He roasted the shit out of Matt Walsh for gay marriage. Yeah, Matt Walsh is very roastable when it comes to those kinds of opinions. And so is, I was going to say, so is Stephen Crowder. I don't know why he came up, but Short Man. Either way, other Daily Wire people. Okay, Ben Shapiro, there we go, it came. So he completely counters that. Daisy, we back, gal? What horrific opinions are you talking about? Mm-hmm. These types of guys. But give us an example. Then we have to go to the example point. Oh, we're circling again, guys. We're circling.
You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed out psychopath.
Guys like this get into very obvious stuff. Guys like Daryl. The ones I'm describing. And he has already admitted he hasn't listened to Daryl. If you take Daryl's words out of context, look, that out of context is overused as an excuse. I understand that. But of all figures in history, well, okay. So basically just I think if you don't take them out of context. Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and terrible views of all the figures in history, and then his is Hitler in particular. And then literally just, no, that's not true. No, from both Joe and Dave. Yes, Daisy.
Who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the way
He also
put it.
said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
No, again, this is
No.
Isn't this on your...
He said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win over. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay. He called him, what did he call him? Methed out psychopath who's holding an entire nation are people hostage? Okay, so they both say no, and also Dave gives us more context. He's like, yeah, this is actually what he said. Hey guys, this guy said Hitler was bad. Like, yeah. Okay, I would like to know what we're actually talking about. I haven't watched these things. I don't know these people, but okay, this is, if true, continue. Okay, what did he call him out? He did describe him that way. Okay, so yes, he did speak against Hitler. Then we've got no. Actually, a counter here. We've got, I believe that was the word. He also said on here. Also said on here that Hitler wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 19s. Okay. So he's just being this apparent, like that doesn't make sense. If that's an opinion, it can just be thwarted with fact. And one of the things that we do get with Joe Rogan is he goes, really? And he just asks about it, and then he will have to take the guest's word for it. Or he can maybe say, Jamie, is that true? And then if there is a lot of disagreement between Joe and a guest, they often will just move to the next topic. They won't actually stick on it. They won't turn it into a debate. They'll just be like with Terrence Howard, you saw him do this. He had Terrence Howard on his channel and was just very fascinated by what Terrence had to say because he's ignorant of the things. He's just decided to believe Terrence Howard. Then he got the other guy on and he explained. So when there's three people involved, when there's more than just Joe and the host, a debate can happen. But when it's Joe and the host, it's about finding the best conversation to have. And a lot of the time, that means you ask the person what they think without challenging the answers. You just want to figure out what they think. And some people are not happy with that because then there's no challenge. Some of it was JRE, some of it's in his own podcast. Yeah, and these podcasts apparently are like upward of 30 hours in episodes. So but this is what Douglas decided to focus on. Okay. No speeches of Hitler. So then this guy says, okay, yeah, then Dave says this is what he was trying to do. He was trying to explain that no, he was just trying to win popular votes. But then we do have Douglas thwarting that and saying, no, that was not factually true. So his opinion is wrong. He said it was not public about it. He said he was downplaying it to win over popular votes. So even the downplaying bit is wrong. So fine. That's what's upsetting him, though, is that you've platformed this view. You platformed this view that can be taken badly. Okay. And I would say without criticism. And that has been one of the criticisms of Joe Rogan, that he will just listen to something. Yeah, Eric Weinstein. Eric Weinstein, that was also quite an interesting interaction. He's got his own issues with the establishment, but that is why he was willing to talk to Terrence Howard.
Yeah, there is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. That World War II who
were supporting Germany.
Yeah.
Was his argument.
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That
So we want that counter argument to be expressed. Is what Douglas? What you're saying is there's a period where he's downplaying his win over a popular sport in Germany. And it was his argument. There's okay. Okay, so there is no historian, he says, there is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote his book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of the idea. That you can't argue that in 1930s Adolf Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism. Like, there's no historian who would agree with that, so why would you throw out the idea? Why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That is what he's doing in public, announces the German parliament. Okay. So, claims, keeping down. Okay. So he's just saying factually that no, we have records for this. We have records for this. This downplaying thing, factually incorrect. So there is no historian that will say that. And that's a big claim, and cool, good. Did nobody challenge? I guess it's because there was no expert in the room, I suppose, to say that that's stupid. That's a stupid thing. It's absolutely widely accepted. Like when I listened to The Rest is History, which I started listening to a couple weeks ago, love it. When they present an alternative view from, because like I listened to the thing about the emperors, the series about the Roman emperors, and they gave two different versions of what is considered for, I think it was Caligula or something like that. And no, not Caligula, it was Nero. Either way, the point is they gave both sides of the coin, and they said some historians think this and some historians think that. And that was very good. That's what I want. That's what I expect from scholars of history. Sitch did a pretty good job of shredding Dave Smith. Okay, in when it came to which point, because we're in the first 40 minutes still, so we're still talking about expertise and all of that stuff. Another thing, David, I have stayed away from Sitch and Adams' coverage of it because I'm trying to cover it with a fresh slate. Fresh mind. Does Churchill count as a historian? An historian. Smith claims on Sunday. What? Hitler lied. Well, yeah, he was psychotic and insane person. Yeah, but I think what Rex, I think what he's worried about, what Douglas is worried about, is it's kind of leaning towards, oh, well, Hitler wasn't even that anti-Semitic. That is what he's worried about, which really reminds me of anybody criticizing anything to do with the LGBT it's the worst thing ever. It's the same sort of overcorrection that he might be thinking about. But at the same time, there are people that are that stupid. Like the fact, to me, the fact that people exist that deny the Holocaust happened, like that blows me away. So the fact that those people exist and they will argue with you, some of you might be in chat right now and want to argue with me. Okay? There's people that do that. The fact that those exist makes me believe Douglas here, and it makes me understand Douglas, that yeah, people have say some crazy shit, but they need to be spoken to and not just blindly believed as well. That was the rest of my sentence. Read them both together. Sorry. Oh, Sitch did a pretty good job shredding Dave Smith's claims on Sunday. Totally. Okay. Just everything he said. Okay. And the argument is like, I don't know, dude, that seems like a lot. That's the argument. But also there's just the, oh, well, they really do have this anti-Semitism that they don't want to actually name as anti-Semitism. They somehow want to justify it. I don't know. They just, I don't understand it. I really don't. How's about don't discriminate? Okay, anyway. I accidentally hit send before my sentence was done. I do that. It's late, I'm tired. Oh, it's okay, Dave. I know, I do that too. And we have about 15 minutes left. So let's see if we can get to the 15-minute mark, guys. 15 minutes of the 40 minutes that I want to at least diagram for this debate. That's in. So I want to know, why would you? Okay, so he's questioning the person's also their motivations for bringing this idea up, right?
Was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, like, there's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he...
I can understand the exasperation here. There is no historian who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s, and that was what he was doing. Okay, that's what he was doing, and then here we go. Let's break this down. New block, because it's supporting his argument. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that the 1930s downplaying, there's no historian would agree with that. So why would you? Okay, why would you throw out that idea? That's the main thing that he was concerned about. Oopsie. What's your motive? What's your angle, boy? Okay. Why would you throw out the idea? Oh. Paste style. Okay, that's what he was doing in public. I'll put it here. This actually gets to be... Okay. I accidentally... Okay, there we go. Sorry, I reread that message. Okay, copy, style. Style. Okay.
Wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why? That's what he's finding dangerous. Why are you doing it? What is your motivation for this? Are you just trying to be an edgy boy? Which I honestly feel like a lot of political opinions are like that. Political, historical, everything. It's like, what is the worst thing that I can say? Okay, cool. Let's find out reasons for that to be true. And that will be good. That'll be fine enough. And I guess what I would criticize is that if you are bodied in a debate, don't go and continue talking shit about it. If you get bodied in the debate by somebody who knows better, and they have their facts fucked your facts, and you proper, you better be changing your mind, or you better be going after that debate, and you better be going, okay, actually I should have said this, and by the way, this and this and this is why I've maintained my position. If that's what you're doing, when, like, or at least you have to state, I feel like you should be made to state why your opinion has remained the same. Even if you just go, I just can't believe that.
At least do that, which is why what I like doing with debate diagram is also just finding where the line is with people, what they disagree on. And this is all a lot of fluff. Okay, he wrote... It's what he was doing in public. Okay, cool. Why? What are you trying to achieve? Motives. So let's go here and just say insert. Sorry. That's why I said I can't believe the Shroud of Turin. But what? Sorry, I can't believe in the Shroud of Turin. So you don't believe that. I don't think I can believe in it either. I don't need the Shroud of Turin to believe in God. But if that is the proof that people are placing their faith on, they got a problem. Like no, that's not a good enough. Like eventually I don't know. I just don't feel like if you have to go all the way down to brass facts, I wonder. We need to explore atheism. Let us explore atheism. It will be very interesting. Q. Explore atheism. And I don't want to go into religious debates, like religion versus religion. Let's not do that, okay? But I guess atheism is a kind of religion as well. It's the way you believe the world is, and it's valid. At least you acknowledge the fact I can say that, yeah. A lot of the time, things can get... there are examples of people that can have wild opinions that I will swear them for, but that's not one of them at all. It's wrong platform, this view. Okay, so what he's saying is implying dangerous motives for this behavior. Okay, he's not talking about what happened. He does bring it up. Guys, could we say Jewish people instead of Jews? I'm sorry, I'm very sensitive to that. I'm not Jewish, so I guess I'm PC that way.
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because
it's not like I'm going to ban you from the chat. It's just that when I read those messages, they make me feel uncomfortable. I don't like using that word.
Don't even know exactly. Okay. I mean, I think that it's...
And secondly, why?
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was. And so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to.
Okay. That's kind of a concession there. Hello, Dave Smith lovers. That is still a concession because he's going, yeah, he doesn't say, yeah, you're right. Okay, so he does say, oh, I think you're not being charitable. He doesn't actually have a counter. He doesn't actually have a counter to this. He's asking why. He's asking why. Tell me about this motivation. What he can, maybe what he could have said, the way he could have worded it was, I don't know his motives. You are implying his motives. You are mind reading his motives. What motives do you think he has? You go further into the implication there, because remember that I just put there. He's implicating, so he's implying bad motives behind this. Cool. Go to that. Tell them. Let's look at that. Let's go, and maybe we can then talk about maybe there's anti-Semitism there, and admit to it. Like, people just admit to it. If that's what you are, just fucking admit to it. Maybe that's one of the things Hydra has said a lot of the time on the panel show. is you know what? If you can just tell me that you hate me, that'll be cool. Like, I will respect you for telling me exactly what you do, what you think of me. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down, first of all, what are you doing? Secondly, okay, I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was, so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation. Okay, so I guess that isn't a complete concession. I was being hyperbolic. He is just saying you are, when by saying this. Okay, so this argument over here, this counter. Okay, let me just split these two. This is why we're splitting these two ideas up, right? The I don't know what he meant. It does come off bad because then it's like you were defending his position previously. Okay, you were defending it and saying this was just his opinion and he was saying this. You over here said this. That was what his opinion is. So here, Douglas says that opinion is bogus, boy. And then now you decide, well, it's not my opinion. It's what the guy said. But then the counter argument that you could give is, I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation. A better way to say that is you're mind reading. You're deciding that his motives are bad. We need to find evidence for this bad motivation that you're talking about. Douglas is assuming a bad motive. Okay, that's the counter that you have there. Don't even know exactly what Daryl's point is on that, so I don't know. Just saying like this over here. Let's put a call out here. Just yeah, he's abandoning previous post. Abandoning previous defense for this opinion. I don't know what he meant by this, but I know that he didn't mean it that bad. And that comes off as weak, I'd say. Like, but then you don't want to also say, oh, my friend's mad. I should ask him about that. Okay. Hugh, I'm ideologically completely opposite from Hamas. I don't support violence they committed, nor do I give a pass for keeping funded for. You know what I think? War is bad. Violence is bad. Can't we all get along? Or look at Daisy's butt. Come, yeah. Daisy almost showed you her bum. I think Dave has good intentions. He just isn't aware of the dangerous revolutionary iconoclasm he's playing with his father's gun. Yes, that you know what, Mark, that's beautiful. I do need to say that here. I need to type that in as commentary. Okay. I think Dave has good intentions. He just... Sorry, I could copy paste, but we're not on... StreamYard doesn't allow me that. He just isn't aware of the... iconoclasm. I also just love that. Iconoclasm. Klasman. Daisy, baby, she's looking up at me. And I have to give her love. Sorry. He plays. That is, it's an important point to make. That's what Douglas is trying to get at. But considering how this whole conversation has gone and the passive aggression that he hasn't facilitated this this opinion here. He hasn't facilitated this very well. He's maybe gone a bit too specific. He's not said, what should we do with this kind of idea? And there is a problem with this kind of idea. And then we go and we talk about specifics. And then we try and come back to the idea and then we go specifics. I don't think he's intentionally feeding hatred. Well, the thing is, then we get, do we get to, we should at least have, do we have a duty then? Then there's a discussion, David, to have of, do we have a duty then to ensure that we're not feeding hatred, that we tell the people in our audience that clearly want to hear certain things that can be construed as hateful. They want to hear them. There is some sort of duty, but we cannot control how people interpret absolutely everything we say. It's this horrible freedom of information. Motives matter, yeah. But then also, do we believe when people give us their motives? Always. Do you think Douglas wants us to tailor movies and games not to spread dangerous misinformation? I hope not. I really hope not. Crushing Nihilism. He's spoken quite reasonably on a lot of things, and he does speak against the left on this. But I think he's providing a bit of breaks for the conservatives here and saying, guys, you don't want the pendulum swinging all the way back. Just because the wokies are over there being full of shit, that does not mean you got to be full of shit. You don't go and just immediately take the contrary view and run with it. So that's where I think Douglas is correct. But we never do we? I don't in the first 40 minutes, I don't hear any solutions. I only hear that he's upset that people have certain platforms, which implies, which makes us as humans listening, we imply what he means by it. We go, oh, you're upset about this, therefore you want to shut it down. What is your solution? If you're not going to give us a solution, we are going to imply one. We're going to glean one from the words you use. And your demeanor. And guess what? Your demeanor is part of why people are carrying on about you losing the debate. And this is what I'm talking about in the first 40 minutes. I haven't gone further. Audiences are so dull that we have to have a fascist control over information flow to make sure we have the right thoughts. Exactly. That's not right. But at the same time, you do need the counter. You do need sunlight for all the audience, for all the arguments. And then when people take action based on things that they believe, then you can shoot them. No, I'm saying, like, if they go and move on their actions, if they take their hatred and move it forward. Oh, we are at 4 hours. That's a good way to end the stream. But we didn't get to 15. Let's get to 15 minutes and then we can be done. Okay?
Give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see
Okay,
what
I think you're
he's
straw
doing.
manning him, I should say.
Look,
I think you're straw manning him. No, you should say, I think you're mind reading. Because straw manning is you're taking the weakest argument of mine and beating it down. Okay. I think Dave has good intentions. He just isn't aware of dangerous revolutionary. Kitty, yay! I wish Stream Elements could speak my StreamYards could speak my emotes, because that's one of the best ones. The pendulum is also Douglas's motive. He is expert and can ride the pendulum while sitting on the Joe Rogan show to make a counter argument, but not embracing the moment. Oh, great, Mark. I really appreciate it. My first time here and enjoy the chat. Well, you are in the diagram, so please do stick around. Okay, I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation. Cool. You see, there are people that just want to go into stuff in this much detail. So I really appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know that you like it. I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see. I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see. I think you're straw manning him, I should say. Okay, this is a dialogue. We don't need this in the diagram.
Anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always
There we go.
to do down Churchill.
I don't think you downplay.
Okay. That's actually what he's upset with. Interpretation, and then we've got what Douglas says here is not Douglas. Dave says you're straw manning him, and I think what I would say is and says rather let's add this in. You're mind reading. Okay. And actually, he's going to double down on this argument. He's actually going to double down on this mind reading intentions. He says he doesn't have to give him any charity. So.
In particular, he wants charitable interpretation to be able to see.
Okay,
what
I think you're
he's
straw
doing.
manning him, I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said.
Now we're not talking about. I don't need to give him a charitable. No, this wording here. Sorry, this wording that he says. I don't need to give him. This is not a good response. I don't feel. I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see. Okay, what he's doing. So this is not a counter argument. I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to give him the worst interpretation. Is kind of what he's saying here. It's not a very logical. It's just a reply. That's just a reply. In my eyes, am I wrong? Tell me. I don't like. What do you even mean by that? I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see what he's doing. Is this see the result of what he's doing? Is that what we could talk about? Is it to see the result? To see the results of what he's doing? Like, I'm not sure. I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see what he's doing. I don't understand. Fragment. Just a reply. Because now we go here.
On this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down Churchill.
I don't think you down.
This is still his value statement for what these guys have done. Ooh, I like that this woman is writing out the arguments. I studied philosophy. I tell people to do this and no one listens. The thing is, the reason nihilism, and like I only did first year philosophy and I know there's ways that you can, there's argument annotations and, you know, I could go into it. It was something I looked into in the beginning of debate diagram. Whether I should go and use that sort of proper formal way of doing it. But I just found that going into the conversation of it is also very rich to talk about, and going into literally what everybody says one word after the other was very valuable to me. But yeah, the thing is with this, writing down the arguments, you realize how repetitive everything is. I feel like if everyone wrote down their own arguments and counter arguments and had notes like that, that would probably be better conversations. I'm new to religious text. I made a mistake by saying Jerusalem. Okay, you guys are talking about other stuff. Right, gotcha. Okay, cool. I'm caught up with chat. Let's get to 15 minutes, boys and girls. Okay, anyone can look up what said on the show. Others said repeated podcasts. Both of you, it's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to down Churchill. So this is not really rephrasing his arguments. It's just putting it in different. It's not advancing his argument. It's rephrasing it. He doesn't care, I suppose. Like this counter argument, I don't think you're giving him the most. That's done nothing. Has no effect on this. Oh. And don't always do downplay Churchill. Down Churchill? What did he say?
Say Hitler and always to do down Churchill.
I don't think.
Oh, do down. Sorry, I didn't see the do down Churchill. Okay, so that is his moral judgment of this opinion, and I won't say that that is completely far-fetched, but we need to then speak to this person and find out their motives. Or we say, even if his motives are not this is a possible result of him saying that. And then we can get into the free speech discussion. Still not the strongest argument, so...
In
Downplayed
whatever way they
Hitler?
can. No, I said in conversations with you and others, this is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very, very interesting and also very dangerous, because we live in an era now that the right has got some mojo back in America. We saw years of crazy left overreach, where they tried to make us all say the craziest things, and completely predictably, there are now figures on the right playing with really dark and ugly stuff on their side.
I agree
and
with
they
that.
are mainstreaming
I don't
this,
think
and I
Daryl's
think it's
doing that.
partly being mainstreamed by the two people I just described. And both of you have kept speaking to these people, and you don't
Okay. There we go. We finally have something.
get on the historians who know about this. And
Finally.
that's just alarming to me.
Well, can I just say?
Okay. That's his main criticism is get other historians. You speak to these guys, but you don't bring on the other historians. I think what Dave finally gets to, at some point, I say finally as in is able to get to, is but they don't come on. They actually won't come and speak to us. They won't do this. Because they close ranks. They become elitist themselves. They don't want to interact. They think that if they do speak to those people on those podcasts, they're giving them credence. But eventually you have to, the masses that follow them, they are giving them credence. So you have a duty to reach those masses as much as you can and tell them what you know. At least what you think you know. What you know, because what everybody knows is what they think they know. That's how it works. That's how humans work. I hate that I'm so curious why you're saying this. It's so interesting that you would say this. You hate that arguments, just like ask the thing, dude. Yeah, don't that. Ask the thing. Ask the thing. Emotes incoming. Just ask the thing, dude. This is how we finally get to it. He wants to say, you guys spoke to it. You did this. This has taken 12 minutes, 13 minutes for him to get to the point, to get to the first point of the argument, which is you are not bringing on the historians. Right, so it's a down, chill, and then he's going to say, conversations with you and others. This is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very interesting and also very dangerous because I need to do this. And that's just alarming to me. I think that's a good place. Sorry, no, that's not a good place to stop. There we go. Okay. Copy style. He gets a long speech, but he finally gets out to it. So I think we had to do all this social work. We had to do all this social work, guys, in our words, to get to this over here, which I'm going to put in a circle because it does become his main, to show it's his main argument. Oopsie. Okay. They've decided it's edgy. Okay, that's actually a previous point, and I think it's very, very interesting and also dangerous. And also dangerous. That can go here. It's the same sort of point that we're making. It's like it can stay in the same block. It's the same idea. Okay. It's edgy and funny and very interesting. He uses very to stall, obviously. They've decided it's edgy because we live in an era now. It's also very dangerous. The right. This is all the same idea. Sorry. This is it. This is here. This over here is what needs to go. Mainstream. 2 people. Dark and ugly stuff on their side. They are main. Oh, I need to also note that he agrees with this. That Joe does try and say, "Hey, by the way, I agree." Mojo back. Sort of very dangerous. Hi, Davina. New profile pic. Hey. Make us all say the craziest things and completely predict who they are now. Figures. Okay, on the right, playing with really, really dark, ugly stuff on their side. There we go. This has got to go into this block. It's the same sort of idea. Let's keep you in the same block. Okay. No, and you don't go... One slight mouse movement. What are you, a Word document? One slight mouse movement and shit is fucked forever. There you go. Okay. They are mainstreaming this. I think it's... Okay, and also I'll just put here, I agree. Joe tries to have a point. Daisy girl! Daisy girl! Daisy, you mess up the white balance on my screen when you come here, because you're so perfectly white. There we go. Okay, I agree with this. Okay. Joe got a word in. Edgewise, where are you at? Let's get your color. Okay, dude. 2 people I've just described. And both of you, this is finally your point of contention. Both of you have kept speaking to these people. And you don't get the historians who know about this on. That's where he's at, okay? What do we have?
So because I kind of do agree with part of what you said there. Like, I do think it is true that almost as a reaction to like the woke insanity that we've seen on the left, and I think nobody's been a more effective critic of that than you. I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path to
and
go
now
down.
They're flirting with Holocaust denial and Hitler and absolving Hitler of blame and much more.
I think you're wrong to include Daryl in that group. Now the other
Okay, that's good. That's a good point is made there. I can just say because I kind of we the party that lands up looking better here is the one that is more in control of themselves, and Dave is able to graciously say, I agree with you on this, and not go crazy as if he's having the fight right there, fight or flight. Not that they can't speak without experts, but ideally they shouldn't. I kind of do agree. Nobody's effective critic of that. Then yo. Not a good path. Okay, so we actually have agreement. Okay, yeah, let's go, Dave. What's his name? Dave. I do agree with part of what you said there. Okay. I do think it's true that almost as a reaction to the woke insanity, nobody's been a more effective critic than you. Okay. Okay, so he's just reiterate. When you agree with someone, you do reiterate their point, and you should. Also, when you disagree with them, too, you should actively listen to them and say what you think they're saying. Okay, I do think there has been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path. Okay, so he's done the performance of agreement by rewording this man's statement, right? But what he doesn't agree with is that Daryl is part of that group. Very well put. It makes sense to me. But we've got here, and now they're flirting with Holocaust denial and Hitler and absolving Hitler. That is the problem that we have. Like, who is doing that? Whoever is doing that, let's have a problem with them, because that's stupid. Hey, Uriel. So I take my advice from experts, even if they get it wrong. More often than not, they're right. That's why they're experts. Nice, Uriel. More often than not, experts know more than me. So, I'm deep MAGA, The anti-Semitism coming from the younger right is rabid, recent, and wide, but very shallow. I should hope it is shallow and it fucks all the way off. You're not an edgy boy, love. You're stupid. Okay, it's not cool. You're not cool. I'm saying not you, but I'm saying like those people in the younger right that are rabid that way. That's that's acceptable to them, and they think it's great stuff. Like this is not happening. I will not. Douglas is right with that. That's not. There are people that exist like that, but the argument that they're having, which we don't agree on the argument we're having. Welcome. They don't agree on the argument they're having. They're talking about. They switch from talking about these two guys to talking about in general. And I think that's Douglas who does that switching a lot of the time, because you brought them up in the first place. Okay, denying absolving Hitler, cool. That's a major accusation. Cool, we do need that. I think you're wrong to include Daryl in that group. That's good. He's literally explaining. I think that's how you should interact, and that is why people were like, oh, he's won. Dave won.
Things I'm sorry, because maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have
These two guys are
downplayed the
examples of
Holocaust.
this.
Well, who are the two guys?
I
Daryl.
just-
Okay, so now there's the passive aggressive. Oh, sorry, maybe I misunderstood. Oh, shut up. The performativeness of humans. It's very interesting. I love it. I really do. But he's like, sorry, I just want to check because maybe I misunderstood. And the reason that you do that, of course, is to say, I'm giving you an out here. You could maybe misunderstand. Maybe, of course, you were just mistaken because you're not stupid, right? That's the reason he says that. I'm explaining this to people that are humans, so they should understand this. I don't know why I'm explaining it. A lot of the things that I'm explaining is just I'm saying stuff because it's interesting. Okay. I think you're wrong to include Daryl in this group. Then he starts to defend himself as well. Now, the other thing is, I'm sorry because maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'll keep that in as a note. Okay, now he's talking about himself. So it's another idea. I'm sorry because maybe I'm misunderstanding. So I'll just put a note in there. Insert callouts. Performative. Giving a possible out. When saying we need that. Copy style. Okay. I think what idea is it? If things are separate ideas, they need to at least be in separate blocks.
Told you, Cooper and the other
Ian.
Holocaust.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have
These two guys are
downplayed the
examples
Holocaust.
of this.
Well, who are the two guys?
I
Daryl
just told
Cooper,
you, Cooper and the other
Ian
friend of
Carroll.
yours,
Ian
and
Carroll.
Carroll.
I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Daryl Cooper once, and he absolutely did not downplay any of the Nazi atrocities at all. And I think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe this is kind of part of the disconnect. Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea that it has not been driven into people enough that the Nazis.
Okay, now look who's straw manning or who's that is not the idea. That's not the argument that Douglas is making. What he does is he goes into, okay, let's just diagram the first bit. What you're saying people I've had conversations with downplayed the Holocaust. So what you're saying, I've had conversations. Who are these people? Okay. Okay. Italy Life, great idea. Thank you. I hope you mean what I'm doing. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have downplayed the Holocaust. Okay, so that is a claim, and he says he's calling him into account. Who are these two guys? Okay, Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll. Who are these? Hey, I'm not going to do the exchange. Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll. Do that because it's just The response. Okay, I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with... Actually, you know what? This should be broken up, okay? Sorry. You're saying people... Whoopsie. More detail is okay. Fluctuating detail, not so good. Now there are things I'm sorry because instead of saying you're saying people with Holocaust. Okay. Copy style. I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Daryl, and so first of all, Ian Carroll properly fucked off. Then that didn't work. Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll. Okay, so fucked with that example, but whatever, we're off. Okay, where are we there? And it's not far off to think that he will call these people Holocaust deniers, and I don't know anything about them. I can neither confirm nor deny these guys. And I think somebody said earlier that what's actually happened is these two have become very popular because of this debate. People are going to see whether these people are as he is describing them. Yeah, that's what will happen, because people want to know for themselves whether he has characterized them correctly. Because if he has, then we can, okay, well, what do we do with that? But in conversation, if he has done that, there we can have an interesting conversation about what do we do with bad views. Okay? Once, and there is absolutely no downplay of the Nazi atrocities. So that's very good. Thank you. There's still atrocities, because if you are downplaying the atrocities, you can get in the sea. I'm sorry. I would also think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe there's a kind of part of the disconnect. Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea... Okay, so this is the zooming out. Okay, this I don't think this is something he should have pursued. One of the things that you need to ask yourself in your conversation, in your debate, is whether this is going to help me win this debate, whether it's relevant to what we're talking about. Of course, it's got relevance, it's connected, but you are taking us off into the weeds, because this is definitely not what his argument is. His argument is not, oh, we haven't said how bad Hitler is. No, because he now goes into it. He goes into and emphasizes this thing that, oh no, but everybody thinks that Hitler is the devil. He's literally the devil. So it's not like we are downplaying Hitler. Well, actually, we are downplaying him by calling other people calling everybody Hitler. That is a way of downplaying him. But that is not what he is talking about. He is literally talking about the guy's actions and denying the Holocaust. That there's a big difference between that and yeah, he's straw manning, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. He is not he's going the idea. He goes and words this. Listen to him.
Were bad, and that Adolf Hitler he is literally the modern devil. He is much more so than the actual devil. So, Adolf Hitler is what's viewed as the most evil thing, to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian, he's a soup Nazi. Right.
Somebody would argue that that's downplaying.
Was Hitler. The left called George Bush Hitler, and they called Obama Hitler, and they called Trump Hitler. Yes. Every single enemy that we've gone to war with is always called Hitler. Saddam Hussein's the new Hitler. Muammar Gaddafi's the new Hitler. Putin's the new Hitler. It is so the idea that, like, we haven't driven into people enough Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
That at all. I'm not saying that.
That's not what he was saying at all. So yeah, sorry. That's a good conclusion to come to. If somebody does that whole thing and says the idea blah blah blah, and then you say that's not what I'm saying, that's a good enough argument, especially if it wasn't what you're saying, because a lot of the time people will move their goalposts and say that's not what I'm saying. But I will say Douglas didn't move no goalposts. He was not saying that. So you took a step that he had not taken logically, and we lost a whole minute of discussion because of that. Okay, because we got, but I guess that's what we get on podcasts. We get lots of words and things. So, the idea that it has not been driven to people, that Nantes are bad, that he's a soup Nazi, blah blah. Jesus, there's a lot of lines of this. Okay, we haven't driven people enough of that. It was really bad. I'm not saying that. There we go. I think that's a good place to stop. Hey, Tombi, that's actually where I'm. Oh, good morning. Hi, Tombi. I actually need to get going. We've been going for 4.5 hours. I have to get in in 2 hours. You have to get up. Okay, yeah. You know what? We're almost done. Rex has to get to bed. Everybody, we have to finish up. I think I need to eat as well. But I think it's a good place to stop. We'll rewatch. I'm grateful back in the background while you make your coffee and things like that. Really appreciate it. It's a slog. This is a real slog, this diagram, but I'm enjoying it, and yeah, I want to conquer it. Okay, and we are doing it in minute detail. We are going through the transcript. So, okay, so this actually needs to go in here. Speaking to mirror culture, the idea that, okay, this whole thing here, this whole idea, I was stupid to go for. The idea, okay, that's the heading, right? The idea that it's not been driven into them enough, okay, that the Nazis were bad. Please, thank you for letting us know that you don't like Hitler. That's a good thing to do. Have a great day to all. See you, Mark. I'm so a fan of this guy. No, I'm no fan of this guy. Hitler made some bad decisions. Just a few. Nazis were bad, and that Adolf he is literally the modern devil. Okay, cool. We can do that. Same idea. Authoritarian. He's a soup Nazi. Everyone, blah blah blah, is the new Hitler. Putin is the new Hitler. It is so. So the idea that we haven't driven into. I'm actually going to take all of this shit out. So. We had the idea to people enough that are really bad. I'm not saying that. He didn't even get to finish the idea. He was going to say it's really ridiculous. That's not what I'm saying. It's very easy to say that isn't what he was saying. Okay. Let's make oh, we're not at 15. Come on.
Not at all. I'm saying, just as the left likes to play with very dark, ugly stuff, and they've done it for decades. They have played down.
Okay. That's not what I'm saying. I think we'll stop it there and then go timestamp. Right, guys. That is it for today. Let's Control-S so that we make sure things are doing it. We can share the publish. We'll share it. I'll put the no editing, nothing like that. I'll put that over here. Just give myself the link. I'll put the link in the description if you want to go and have a look at the diagram closer. And it will also be in the Discord. But yeah, let's just go and have a little quick chat and stop that. Right, so I'm sure most people are out already, but keep up the good work. Thanks, Agent Smith. Thank you so much for your opinions and for sticking up with me. And putting up with me, sticking up with me. Thanks for the sub! Crushing Nihilism, I'm glad to have you around. It's called The Colony because a group of cats is called The Colony. So just by the way. Okay, so if you're interested, everybody, also it won't be this heavy, thank goodness. But we have the Thinkers happening tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow morning for those of us on this side of the world, Thursday night for most Americans. We are going to do a think on on objective criticism, and we'll also be talking. I think Mark, you might be interested. We are talking about that adolescence show. So that's also what we'll be discussing. It's my panel show version of what we do on the channel. We pick a topic and we talk about it for a very long time. So sometimes there's mind maps because I can't help but do it, but a lot of it's just discussion, and we have a good time there. And there's a lot of varied opinions with a lot of interesting people. So come on over for that, and then we'll continue diagramming tomorrow afternoon after the what do you call it? After the think. So morning think, afternoon. That's around this time. We'll continue with this big boy. But what I will say is I will turn off my music, and I will tell you guys all to have a very nice life. I fell down this rabbit hole today, and there's diagrams floating all around me. Everything is a block. And if somebody is talking to you, go be like, is it in the same block though? Is this a new idea or is it a new block? Anyway, Play Hansen. No. Barmy, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I will work on that litter box emote. Okay. I don't know. Does it have to say litter? I don't know. But I've had a really great time with you guys all today, and welcome to the new people. Hope to see you around, and have a nice life. Go and subscribe, you shit.